Oh yeah. It's about to be that time, ladies and gentlemen. That moment you've all been waiting for. Yes, sir. We got Shakka Ahmose joining the platform with us today. I know y'all been eagerly waiting. I just spoke to him just now in the green room. He said today, we are talking about the origin of wokeness. That's right, you heard it here first. We are having a discussion on the origin of wokeness. Some of you may be triggered. Some of you are going to be exhilarated. You're going to enjoy this conversation. I need my mods ready on that band button. Mods, be ready on that band button. It's gonna get really, really spicy tonight. Okay? Let's keep our eyes wide open. Yeah, I know. They not ready. They not ready, but they better get ready. Yeah, I know.
Oh, this a real Hotep brother. Oh, this a real Hotep brother. Hotep.
Shakka, are you ready?
Born ready.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to welcome to the stage the one and only, the remarkable, the magnificent, the legendary, our master teacher, Shakka Ahmose. Shakka.
Hey, where are the sound effects? Like all of the cheers, like in the.
It just played, but it just played, but you couldn't hear it.
Oh, okay.
It'll be there on the replay. You'll be able to check it out on the replay. But we just gave you that round of applause. Hand claps in the chat, y'all. Hand claps in the chat. Yeah. It's lit.
Sure.
How you feeling today, brother?
Well, you are the only person that can actually get me up this early. So I give you props, bro.
I appreciate that. I am absolutely humbled and honored that I have that privilege. You know, I always tell this story. I was walking through New York City with a beautiful brown-skinned doll, and I saw you there in Times Square, and you were enjoying some dinner around, pretty late at night, I want to say. And I said, Shakka Ahmose. And you were like, man, who the hell are you? I said, Hotep Jesus. You were like, wait, hold on. How you put them two names together? Then I remember that. Then we chopped it up. I showed you, we got published on Breitbart by Sonny Johnson.
Right.
And it's been love ever since.
For sure.
It's an absolute honor to be able to have you on the platform. I just want to ask you a question, what inspired today's topic? Today's topic is the origin of wokeness. What exactly inspired you to say, you know what, we got to talk about this?
Well, let's see. Very quickly, I just sent you a relevant email. Just something that I wanted you to have. If you pay attention, so when I asked you the other night, I said, so hey, what are you guys talking about on your platform these days? And you were like, oh, you know me, politics, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if you really pay attention to the political discourse these days, one of the things that doesn't ever let up, right? One of the topics, one of the narratives that just does not let up and that is consistent and is persistent is the right's usage of the term woke.
Right.
And as per usual, one of the drawbacks of being a black person in America is that when you watch your own media, and I put "own" in quotation marks,
Mm-hmm.
when you watch your own media, you never. It's rare, if ever, that you're going to see a podcast or a platform where those persons who are participating are really getting to the heart of the matter. Very rarely is there what I call heart discourse, right? Heart discourse means, okay, let's leave the fluff alone, and how about we just cut to the chase and get to the heart of the matter,
Right.
right? So that within our own ranks, within our own communities, people have clarity,
Right.
right?
Yeah.
And when people have clarity, one of the things that you impart to them, or one of the things that you gift to them, or that you give to them, is they can now reassess where they fit in, right? They can reassess where they fit in. They can reassess things that have unfolded in their recent past, and they can kind of have a clearer vision of where they might want to go, right? How they might want to frame their own thinking. Because in today's present climate, with politics being what they are, how you frame your thinking is probably more essential now. It's probably more, what's the word I'm looking for? Oh, it's probably more of consequence now than it has been really at any time within our recent history, right? How you frame your thinking it's key. And and anytime somebody uses that term key, they're starting to use heart discourse, heart discussion, heart terminology. You understand what I'm saying?
Yep.
It's key, right? And anytime you use the term key, that means you're talking about unlocking something, right? You're talking about liberating something, or even more so, you're talking about gaining access,
Right.
right? And the one thing that Black people have been historically denied above anything else is access, right?
Facts.
Because when you're talking about, and that's why it's so important, right? And it's not by accident that I began that narrative, right? I began that sentence or that phrase or that paragraph. I begin that dialogue or even diatribe. I begin that diatribe at one specific space, and look where it led me to. It led me to a key term, and there I go use that term key again. But it led me to a key term, which is access, right?
Yep.
And so with respect to the prevalent discourse, one of the things that is being justified, or that the right uses to justify what it's doing, is, so with Reagan, it was the war on drugs, right?
Yes.
Right. With Trump, it's the war on wokeness. That's key. And people don't understand how important that is, because it's not just a catchphrase term. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It really isn't. It's not just a catchphrase term. And those of us who are literally from the street, we kind of get a little ticked off when we hear white people use it, because we know instinctively that they didn't know what that term originally meant, right? What it was originally referring to, right? And in conventional parlance, it no longer means that, right?
It's flipped the meaning to something completely new and different. Shout out to Hugo Balls. Thank you for the gift. It's Hugo Black. Sorry.
Right. So
they changed that definition from its origin within our community. Yeah.
Right. See, this is part of the reason I don't do interviews too early because my brain is still slagging like lava. Right? But that's okay. I'm good. I got my special juice here.
Well,
80 proof.
the thing is, when we use the term wokeness, it was about, consciousness and awareness.
Exactly.
Now it's not even the opposite anymore. Now it's just, and it's
First time I ever heard it was when I moved back from Florida to New York.
Okay.
And I was having a conversation with some people, I don't remember who it was. And one of the youngsters was like, yo, this dude is woke. Like, he woke for real, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I automatically understood. I didn't have to ask, what do you mean by woke? I mean, you got to be a special kind of stupid if you don't understand, our vernacular. Look, the terminology might change. It went from lit to woke. Next is going to be something else, whatever. It's probably already something else I haven't even heard of yet. But the thing is, even if we never heard it before, we automatically know what it means when we hear it.
Right.
We don't got to ask our kids, what do so-and-so mean by such and such? What do so-and-so? We don't have to go through that because the terminology is superficial, right? What is consistent is the intentionality and the tone, right? The cultural tone that always shines through. It's the same cultural tone. It's the same intentionality. That doesn't change.
Right.
Right. You could go back to the 60s and say, yo, this dude is woke. You could be standing next to Kwame Ture, Stokely Carmichael, H. Rap Brown, right? You could be standing next to any of these, Fred Hampton. You could be standing next to any of these revolutionaries and then say, yo, this brother's woke. Ain't nobody going to look with a question mark and say, well, what does he mean?
Right.
Does that mean that he likes immigrants? Does that mean that, does that mean he's a liberal? Or any of this, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That nobody's going to be doing that, right? However, and this is important, you and I kind of touched on this last night when we spoke. The Black community has to take a lot of responsibility for what has happened in the past, I would say, more than 30 years, in the past 40 years.
Damn.
Right? In the past 40 years, the Black community has to take responsibility for what has happened and what we failed to do. What we failed to do and what we continue failing to do. I'm going to point out something to you. Mm-hmm. I'm going to get very real on this platform. And first, a disclaimer. If you are emotionally sensitive, if you are easily offended, you might not want to listen to the rest of this discourse. And the reason for that, the reason why I'm putting that disclaimer out there is because one of my own drawbacks is that I don't really filter too well, right? Most people, when they're speaking, there's a filter between their mind and their mouth, right? Once, when you're kind of in a flow and you're just imparting and you're sharing, your guard is kind of down. Because if I keep my guard up while I'm thinking, that could interfere with my thinking, right? And then my message will not be as rich as it could possibly be. And then not only will I be cheating myself, I'll be cheating your audience.
Correct.
You understand what I'm saying? I'll be cheating your platform. And I don't think that that's fair, right? So I'm sitting here listening to Shabuzi. This boy is so dope. You don't listen to Shabuzi? Oh my God.
Send me a link.
Dude's like the #1 artist in the world right now. You gotta be kidding me.
Send me a link. I'll check him out. Oh,
I definitely will. Hold on. I gotta do this shout out to my 2 favorite artists right now.
Okay.
Mickey Guyton and Shabuzi. Those are my 2 favorite artists.
Fire.
Mickey Guyton and Shabuzi. Both of them are Black country singers, and I love country music. So being that I love country music, what a lot of people don't realize is, and it's one of the things that led. So you got to watch the A-list celebrities. A-list celebrities.
Oh, Shabuzi. Yeah. Okay, I know
Yeah,
this guy.
Shabuzi.
Yeah.
Oh, dude. Yo, that's my dude.
Yeah. Okay, I'm familiar with him. Yeah.
Dude, his stuff stays on rotation in my ears, man.
Nah, he's talented.
Stays on rotation in my ears. That dude is an icon, man. And black people owe him so much. Not just him, but also Mickey Guyton. You got to check her out. Her last name is G-U-Y, like Guy, T-O-N. And the first name, Mickey.
Okay.
With E-Y.
All right.
Yeah. Mickey Guyton.
Yeah, I've seen her too.
Bro, I'm sorry. When it comes to singing, I'm a Beyonce fan, but Beyonce is not fucking with her. Sorry, not when it comes to raw talent. Nah. Beyonce, Rihanna, none of them can sing on her level. None of them. And not only can none of them sing on her level, but her music is far superior. It really is. And it also helps you to understand, once you start following a lot of these black country artists, you see why Beyonce pivoted to that genre. You know, now I've been listening to country for years. I grew up on country, right? But a lot of black folk been sleeping on country for years, and I've been telling them. I'm like, you already know the trends in America. White people always preserve the best for themselves, whether it's restaurants, hotels, schools, am I right? Jobs. So what makes you go and think it's going to be different when it comes to music? They preserve the best of everything for themselves. But because black people have a legitimate history and lane within country music, that was something that just could not be denied eventually. And not only that, black people really been tired of rap music for a long time, right? Because of the ethics or the lack of ethics in it. You understand what I'm saying? So there are some rappers who do try, shout out to the J. Coles and the rest, right? But, you know, overwhelmingly, you know, it is what it is. But with respect to what I was previously saying before I veered off into Never Never Land or into country world, right? One of the when I pause like that, it's because I'm choosing my words carefully.
Right.
I'm somebody that places a lot of value on words. So I try not to just say anything. Because I think when you do that, you're kind of being disingenuous.
Right.
I figure it's better to pause and study if you have to. Even take a moment of silence to think about what you want to say. It's okay. The world is not going to end, right? As long as that pause lent itself to you saying what you really wanted to say and what needed to be said. And you know why that's important? There's some conversations that can't be had again, right? Especially if it's with respect to myself, because I'm always moving, right?
And you can't take the words back after they're out.
That's true too. That's a very good observation. You can't take them back after they're out.
Yep. So you got to be very careful, mindful what you say.
And you know, YouTube is full of guests who call up the host afterwards and be like, "Hey, yo, don't air that shit. Hey, yo, take that out. Edit that out." Yo. People are good for that because nobody wants to get canceled. Like right now, I saw a post on social media yesterday, and this is exactly in line with what we're talking about. I forget the brother's name who plays Captain America, but they're talking about canceling him, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the reason they're talking about canceling him is because of an interview he gave recently. And in the interview, he spoke about raising his sons as men because American masculinity has been under attack, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, from a prevailing political perspective, I could see the politics in what he said in that he's representing Captain America right now, right? That's his film. So just look at it from a marketing and promoting standpoint and look at what type of psychological cocoon he probably had to place himself in in order to really deliver in that role. Think about this.
Mm-hmm.
He probably had to become more George Washington than George Washington, more Alexander Hamilton than Hamilton himself. He probably had to become more James Rowe, more Andrew. He had to become more American than Benjamin Franklin, than all of them. Just think about it. If you were in that position, you had to do something like that, right? So when you think about that, he's really coming from, and this is just partially speaking, and part of it is speculation. Well, all of it is speculation because I don't know him and I haven't spoken to him, so I'm just assessing it. He's coming from a place that is rather aligned with the current zeitgeist of the current administration. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Which is make America great again. A return to more traditional values, right?
Yep.
And there are many groups in this country that are going to see that as a threat. And I think that it is perfectly acceptable to be very cautious with embracing a return to American tradition, because all American tradition has not been good for everybody.
Mm.
In fact, a large part of American tradition has been people fighting to kill and destroy and get rid of a lot of American traditions,
Mm-hmm.
particularly many foundational ones, right?
Yep.
But that doesn't mean that, that doesn't mean that there aren't earmarks and hallmarks of the American persona, the quintessential American persona. It doesn't mean that there aren't redeemable things there. It doesn't mean that just because I'm Black, I'm ashamed of being American, or just because I'm Black, I reject everything that is American. No, I don't. Because we ourselves have played too much of an essential role in evolving and creating the American identity itself, right? So we are really intrinsically linked to the very ethos of this country, and its history. And so because of that, and this is something that you can definitely attest to and embrace what I'm about to say, Hotep Jesus.
Okay.
Throughout this political evolution and journey within the past, particularly within the past decade or so, right? Or a little over a decade, there have been times when you and I, as representatives of and ambassadors of the Kemetic community, there have been times when we were put between a rock and a hard place, where they tried, where certain interests and agendas tried to shove us to the right, and they called us the Ankh right. Am I correct?
That's correct.
They called us the Ankh right. They tried to make it appear as if we were Black Nazis because we rejected their cultural aspirations. Right?
That happened. That happened.
And of course it happened.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And so the Black community has not had a reckoning with that. People have not been held accountable for damage that they did leading us to this point.
Mm.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Everybody wants to blame Donald Trump. Everybody wants to blame Project 2025. Everybody wants to blame the Heritage Foundation. Everybody wants to blame Elon Musk, right? They all want to blame all of these committed white right, and I use right in the political term, right? Because we don't want to make white synonymous with right, meaning correct, contextually. This is a moment of indiscretion, right? So what we don't, give me 1 second.
Absolutely. Take your time. Take your time. Shout out to Hugo Black. Thank you for the gift. The conversation is heavy over on Kick. If y'all want to join Kick, come on over there. That's where the conversation's heavy at. My bad. Go ahead.
All right. So would it be possible for me to share my screen?
Yes, it will.
Okay, wonderful. I want to do that very quickly.
Let me just give you options to do that.
All right.
And there you go.
Okay. Oh, I didn't even see this one. Okay. Here it is right here. Okay. So I'm gonna share my screen.
Okay.
Let me see. Here we go. All right. You can see it, right?
Mm-hmm. Hold on a second. Let me fix this up. Give me just a moment.
Okay.
Let me see.
Get your shit together.
Let me see. How should we do this now? Hold on. Let me play with this one. Hold on a second. Pause. Okay. And then let's take that away. All right. Okay. All right. You're on your email right now?
Am I on my email? Yeah.
Okay, yeah, we see that. All right.
Oh, my bad. I gotta stop sharing. Man, I'm so glad I wasn't looking at anything else.
Look what Shaka looking at, y'all. Look what Shaka looking at, y'all.
I hate about today's technology, man. It's like, oops, this is not 1979 anymore.
Yeah, let me post that in here.
Hey, yo, the funniest one was when that guy was at a Zoom meeting with his company and he didn't realize his camera was on. He was masturbating.
Oh, Tubin. That was Tubin over at CNN. $ Shakka Ahmose. $ Shakka Ahmose. Okay.
Absolutely.
I just sent back that response to your email there.
Okay, awesome. Let me take a look.
So just to get everybody caught up, we're talking about the usurpation of the term Ankh right in order to denigrate the Kemetic community.
Right.
And some of the origins of that, which later on is going to be synonymous with wokeness. And
I really wanted people to see it so that they could just have their memories refreshed of what we've been through as a demographic. Now,
this is one of the things when I first met Shakka Ahmose and at Times Square, New York City, I said, "Yo, we are under attack." And he said, "What?" I said, "Yo, it's a war going on Twitter. We are under attack. The Kemetic community is under attack." And today, he's going to give a backstory and history on how some of that stuff came about. And he's saying right now there's got to be a reckoning. So, we've complained about Trump, and some of the community has complained about Elon Musk, Heritage Foundation, Project 2025, et cetera, et cetera. Right. But it's some housekeeping we got to do within our own community.
Facts. Absolutely facts. There is definitely some housekeeping that we really have to do. And we have to, I hate to say it, but we got to clean out, we got to clean up the dirt. We really do. We have to clean up the dirt. And what we don't do it. I think that Black people in America are culturally lazy. And I'll say, I don't really care if you're offended by that, because it's the truth. Right? And I tell anybody, anytime the truth offends you, your beef is not with me. Your beef is with the truth.
Facts.
You understand what I'm saying? Yep. I'm just, I hate using the term the messenger. I'm just the I don't even want to say the arbiter of it. I'm just speaking it. That's it. Right? I'm just speaking it.
Don't kill the don't kill the messenger.
Facts.
Right.
Absolutely.
Because you don't like the message. Yeah.
All right. I'm just posting this on. Oops. Let me see.
Just right now, Shaka's just sharing the stream out with his audience, so
that's it.
Everybody can enjoy in this diatribe.
Yeah, because they'll be
discourse.
talking crap about me if I don't.
Right.
Oh, you didn't tell us you were on live, and you know. Boom. All right, boom. Here we go. And now they cannot say I did not tell them. All right. People be crying like babies. You didn't tell us you were on. I didn't get a notification. And now you got one. Okay.
Now you got one.
That's it. So I'm gonna shut that off. I don't need that anymore. Okay, so oh, that's still open. Great. This doesn't have to be open. Great. That's Zoom. I don't need that open.
Shout out to Xantova, Pop-Up Hotep.
Right.
Here you go, Black. Thank you for the gift of sub again. We the Sauce, Jay Pollon, Last Assignment. Who else is in here? Ronan in the house. What up, Ronan?
Oh, this a real
All right, let me know when we can share
brother.
again.
Yeah, go ahead, share.
All right, cool. Let me see. Here we go, right here. All right. So, if you remember, right? Here's all eyes on DC.com. Black liberals, their use of Hotep and Ankh right?
Yeah.
Right. The word Ankh has recently become a new tool in insults levied against Black people seeking African content. Okay, that's somebody who is apologizing, engaging in apologetics on behalf of the so-called conscious community,
right?
Or what I would call the culturally literate Black people. But they use terms like Hoteps, right?
Yep.
And this was the main article, or at least it's a reissuing of the same article, but it says right here, what is Hotep? Meet the Black American Ankh right. Right? Like these guys are like an abused kid who grew up and turned on their abusive father. They suffer from white blood. All of this crap, right? But what that was is that was an attack. It was an orchestrated attack that we don't talk about. And because we don't talk about it, we inadvertently leave ourselves open to it again.
Right.
That's number one. We leave ourselves open to it again. You know, they had a saying in ancient Kemet, and it's one of great value. It said, anytime you see rebellion, cut it out at the root immediately. Immediately. That's why I said before, as a group, we tend to be culturally lazy. We will have people from within our own communities thwart, arrest, and retard efforts made on our behalf, and we say nothing to anybody. We hold no one accountable. We don't address it. We just move on like nothing happened. We are the move on people. The same way we moved on from the slave plantation. We just move on like nothing happened. That's it.
Yeah.
We just move on like nothing happened.
Got to be addressed, though.
Right? It's got to be addressed. Right? It's like having an ailment in your body. Ignoring it is not necessarily going to make it go away. Right? You have to do something, even if it's just drinking something healthy or eating something healthy or doing exercise. You have to do something. In other words, you have to address it. But we are so culturally irresponsible that we don't address what should have been addressed a long time ago. And we just pass it on to the next generation. And then we wonder why each new generation of children are poorly influenced by unhealthy elements throughout our communities year in and year out. You know what the truth of the matter is? The truth of the matter is we really don't care. That's the truth of the matter.
Damn.
We really don't care. And nobody wants to admit that, right? And one of the prevailing things that you'll often hear on social media these days, especially when the people are trying to help people get over their jitters of becoming an influencer or a content creator, they're always telling you, oh, you know what? You're overthinking it. One day you're going to realize no one really cares. No one really cares, right? But then when I hear them say that, I'm like, well, if no one really cares, what the hell are we doing? Why are we here? Why are we showing up?
Right.
What is the point if no one really cares? Because that's the overriding message. So you have to be careful. So the prevailing message is no one really cares because it's human nature to really just think about yourself.
Mm.
Well, and that most people are really just thinking about themselves. Well, that's true to an extent, right? It's true to an extent. But I bet you one thing, you're not thinking about yourself when you go to Whole Foods to get something to eat, because you're hoping that there's somebody at the register that can cash you out, right? You're hoping that somebody bought the food, right? You're hoping there's somebody at the gas station to make sure you got gas in that thing. So in other words, you don't live on this planet by yourself. And this is one of the things I'm constantly impressing upon, particularly young people. And it's one of the things that this generation is really falling away from. And that is the understanding, and a lot of it has to do with the technology, but people need people. You understand what I'm saying? People need people. That's just the song, people who need people are the luckiest people in the world.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So that whole Aren't Right thing did a lot of damage. It did a lot of damage. So did the lampooning of the Kemetic community in fact, they did the same thing. They did the same thing with the word Hotep that they did with the word woke. And all of this stuff, so we're going to come up with a new terminology right now, all right? Shakka, it's called an Ahmosian. And Ahmosian means you heard it from Ahmose, right? It's a term that Ahmose authored, Shakka Ahmose authored. So this Ahmosian is called lingual hijacking or terminology hijacking, right? And it's a part of apologetics, right? It's almost the same thing that I'll give you an example. What do Christians call people who are not Christian, who don't believe in Jesus, or who worship other deities? What do they call them? People who worship other deities. It starts with a P. You said it. It was on the tip of your tongue.
Hold on.
P A G.
Pagans.
Right. There you go. Pagans. Call them pagans, right? That is a perfect example of lingual hijacking, right? The term pagan does not mean somebody who doesn't believe in Jesus or a non-Christian. The term pagan simply means country dweller. That's it. A person who dwells in the countryside. In other words, what we call the backwoods, or what Spanish people call carajole, behind God's back. The sticks. That's what pagan means. Rustic dweller, rustic country dweller. Right? But these people hijacked it. Now it means you don't believe in God, you're a sinner, you're burning in hell, all of these other things. So it's just a form of it's just a form of psychological warfare. When people steal terminology to use it against the people who they see as adversaries, right? And so that's what they did with us in many respects, particularly with the term Hotep. And what did you do? You did, right? You and your cabal, what you guys did was basically what Black people in general attempted to do with the word, with the N-word, right? They said, oh no, we're gonna take the N-word and make it a term of endearment. And da-da-da. Now look, I hate to say it. That word is so ingrained in us, right? That word is so ingrained in us, it's not going away.
Right.
Anytime, ever. we gonna be in one of them future films, like in a dystopian time, and that word is still gonna be thrown around.
Absolutely.
And don't be surprised if you hear it from AI. An AI bot gonna be like, "What up, my nigga?" Okay. All right. So, let me give you guys a great film that you all need to see, and I highly recommend it. I'm a film aficionado. It's a movie. It's a film called Monsters of Man. If you haven't seen it, you got to see that film. I watched it on Amazon Prime. You got to see that film. If you have to see it, because at the end of the day, and one of the things that Black people haven't figured out yet, and I don't really understand it. I don't think white people have figured it out either. People need to understand, films are not just films. One of the things you have to understand about filmmakers is that most filmmakers are usually people who move in certain affluent circles, right? I'm talking about major filmmakers. They move in certain affluent circles. And a lot of these affluent circles, because you have to remember, in film and technology are very linked. So there is a particular relationship between certain elements in the film industry. You can use the term Hollywood if you want, and Silicon Valley, right? There's certain elements there. There's certain relationships there. And so because of that, and we already know Hollywood and Washington, D.C. has always had a relationship. There's always been a direct working relationship between Hollywood and the government, right? So now you're talking about a trifecta. You're talking about Hollywood, Washington, D.C., and Silicon Valley. That's a real trinity. That's a real trifecta, right? And so what you have to understand is quite often, and then you also have to take into account that the people who are writing the screenplays, they're up, you don't know, anytime someone's writing a screenplay, you don't know where that content is coming from. That content could be coming out of the Pentagon. It could be coming out of Silicon Valley. It could be coming out of any place. It could be coming out of the Kremlin, right? In the Soviet Union or in Russia. It could be coming out of or Moscow, to the Kremlin. It could be coming out of any one of these places. So why am I saying all of that? I'm saying all of that to say that there's no such thing as just film, right? There's no such thing as just a book or just a story. Everything is content. Everything is data. So quite often when you're seeing these films, what you're really seeing are harbingers of what's to come. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
A lot of times in fact, there's an old lore that one of the obligations that so-called secret interests are held to is that they can do whatever they want. They just have to announce it before they do it. You could do nothing without announcing it before you do it. That's always been said.
Right.
Right? You have to announce it before you do it. So when people look at the election, right, with Trump, all of these people running around screaming because they're being deported. But didn't Trump announce what he was going to do?
Sure did.
He didn't keep anything a secret. The only thing he lied about, well, he lied about everything, but the only thing that he superficially lied about was his relationship to Project 2025 and knowing nothing about it. He knew that was a lie, right? So, but it should be inconsequential because Trump has been saying from day one, a lot of people don't realize Trump ran for president way back in the 80s. They don't remember that. A lot of people really don't remember that. He ran for president way back in the 80s, right? Didn't make a primary, didn't do anything like that. And it was like a test run. So all of this stuff with him doing, none of this is new. His views have always been known about everything. Everything, even about how he felt about the Republican Party. He said, and there are easily findable interviews of Trump saying that Republicans are so stupid that I could run for them and they'd vote for me for president. He said it in an interview. But here's the thing. He got the Republicans to fall in line behind his own following. That's the difference.
Right.
That's the difference. So back to what I was saying. The point that I'm making is that, first of all, see that film, Monsters of Man. All I'm telling you is you have to see it. Because let me ask you a question. Tell me this hasn't disturbed you. Over the years, we've all seen films like The Terminator, Terminator 1, Terminator 2, Terminator 3, Terminator 4, Terminator 5, Terminator 6. We've all seen that. We've all seen Mad Max. We've all seen all of the different films that have dystopian futures. Am I right?
Correct.
Right? The Thunderdome and all of this other stuff. Haven't you ever wondered why white people are so preoccupied with making these dark films about the future? Equilibrium, The Priest, all of these different films where the future is so ugly and bleak, even Matrix, right? Where the future is ugly, it's bleak, all of that stuff, right? And it's not like these films are warnings of what not to do. That's not what it is. It's it's as if they have a desire to literally create that world.
Mm.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And not only do they have a desire to create such an ugly world, but they market it and promote it to you through film.
Right.
So that you think it's cool.
Yep.
To the point where Kanye West came out with a whole line of clothing to reflect that shit.
Yep.
This dark, almost gothic-like, what they call futuristic. It's like, why is that futuristic? You're like, what the fuck? It's like, it's just a projection of them dark caves in Europe that you motherfuckers crawled out of, that you want to project into the future and just make it tech. But it's the same ethos.
That's true.
It's the same ethos. And black people just go along for the ride.
Mm.
And that's what black people in America are. We are, here's the worst part. I want to call us passengers in a car.
It's
right?
Good.
With the white man at the wheel.
Yeah.
But the problem is that we ain't even passengers in the car. We're more or less like in the trunk. We're like a spare wheel.
We're being towed. We're in the trailer behind the truck, behind the Cybertruck. We're in the trailer.
That's funny. I never took it that far.
We're not even in the trunk. We're in the trailer.
Damn, that's bad, bro.
They done hitched us to it.
I never even took it that far. But so I'm just saying it to say that when you see these films, please don't think I'm just recommending a film for you to watch for entertainment.
Mm.
I'm recommending a film for you to watch so that you can start to prepare your ass. Right?
Yeah.
iRobot. You think iRobot is just a fantasy film?
Mm.
Are you really stupid enough to think that? None of these films are fantasy films. None of them. They're all it's like people love to talk about grooming, yet nobody knows when they're being groomed.
Mm.
We're all being groomed. Right? If you really want to see what we're being groomed for, go watch a movie called Soylent Green.
Oh, damn.
Right? With Charlton Heston.
Mm.
Soylent Green.
Yeah,
Soylent Green.
That's a classic.
It's a classic. I saw it when it first came out. Go see Logan's Run. Or just watch it on Amazon Prime. Watch Logan's Run. Watch Soylent Green. Watch all of these things that they have been grooming us for. Because once the mind is exposed to something and it's embedded in the mind, then it's much more easier for the mind to embrace and receive. You've already started the process, right? You've carved out intelligible spaces and filters in the minds of the viewers watching so that when they meet it, it's like encountering an old friend, an old acquaintance. You're comfortable with it. Right? They're stretching your comfort zone to embrace things that no sane person would think is acceptable.
Right.
Which tells you what? Part of being an American, whether you're black, white, blue, or green, is you have some insanity in you.
Mm.
Yes. We've been groomed to be insane, to accept the shit that we accept, and to do the things, to promote the things we promote and do the things that we do. So back to wokeness.
Shout out
Right.
to We the Sauce. Appreciate you.
So when they called us the right, what they were basically saying was that, and they actually said it. They said that the conscious community, which is the term they were using at the time, they said that the conscious community are basically the new white men on the block. Why?
Right.
Because there were certain values that traditional white heterosexual males, and you notice how that became a part of the what's the word I'm looking for? The verbiage. All of a sudden, being heterosexual somehow made you less than. It made you a target.
Right.
Right? It made you admit that you were narrow-minded. It meant that you were intolerant. It meant that you were all of these things.
Also synonymous with white supremacists.
Yes. That's why I said they said that we were the new white men on the block.
Yep.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yep. Yep.
So this was an attack. And when you look at what the people on the right complain about, right?
Mm-hmm.
What is their main argument about wokeness? Tell me, what is it? Just run off a few things.
They complain about white men.
No. Okay, all right. No, all right, so hold on. I want you to run down what is wokeness from the perspective of the white right and the way that they talk about it. You pretty much started on it.
Homosexual, anti-white, Marxist, liberal, Democrat. Too black. Don't be too black. That's woke. You know what I'm saying? But that's probably the top.
All right, so look, let's be straight up, right? I think for me, when I look at what was the proverbial camel that broke, or what was the proverbial straw that broke the camel's back?
Right.
Right? The proverbial straw that broke the camel's back was not homosexuality. Homosexuals have been around since forever, right? Many homosexuals are in their ranks, and they know that, right? The deal breaker was the trans community.
Right.
That was the deal breaker because that was sexual imperative on a whole nother level.
Right.
Nobody had a problem with transvestites. Marvin Gaye's father was a transvestite. Remember Marvin Gaye, the singer?
Yeah.
Right. You know his father murdered him, right?
Yeah.
His father was a pastor, right?
Mm-hmm.
His father was also a cross-dresser. You didn't know that?
Nope.
Yeah, Marvin Gaye's father was a cross-dresser. Okay? Oh, you didn't know that? Oh, 1 second. Let me check my facts. Because you got to remember, I'm old school. And 1 second.
Damn.
Here we go.
Oh, my Lord.
Make sure I'm right.
I ain't know that. Glam say, y'all ain't know this? Nah, I ain't know that.
Yeah, here it is
Glam.
right here. Yes. Zeola Gay, Marvin Gaye's sister, stated in her memoir and play, My Brother Marvin, that her father, Marvin Gaye Sr., was a cross-dresser, a fact known in their Washington, D.C. neighborhood, and that he was, heterosexual.
That's crazy because his last name is Gay.
Yeah, you're very correct. Absolutely. Hold on 1 second, because sometimes when I'm doing this, I kind of lose my, because I'm wondering where the hell my camera went. Hold on, I think I know where it is. Oh, there you go. All right, cool. All right. So, let me see before it's quit that. Hopefully, I'm not sharing my screen.
No, you're not. But that's
All
a
right,
good
cool.
point, because just recently we saw some comparison between the protests against Tesla and the woke right was basically saying, oh, we didn't do this when we were protesting Bud Light, but they were protesting Bud Light because there was a male, I call them Mike and Ikes. There was a Mike and Ike, a man dressed as a woman, who was,
A Mike
part
and
of.
Ike? What the hell is a Mike and Ike?
That's our term for the T
Why?
people.
Why do you use that term? What is the relevance of the term?
Do you know what a Mike and Ike is?
What is a Mike and Ike? That's what I'm asking.
It's a piece of candy.
Oh, okay. I never heard of that.
Yeah.
And I'm definitely not calling one of them a piece of candy. Not happening.
So
Not happening, bro.
the term we use is Mike and Ike, okay? And
All right. Y'all can carry on with that one.
yeah. So the wild Mike and Ikes is something that they were opposed to, because the Mike and Ikes were representing Bud Light, and they had this whole thing with Bud Light. But you're right, it was them against the Mike and Ikes.
Right. Absolutely. So for them, that was the real deal breaker. And part of that had to do with, you have to understand something about social, what's the word I'm looking for? You have to learn something about social imperatives. One of the things about social imperatives, or a feature of social imperatives, particularly with lifestyles, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is something called recruitment, right? These different groups recruit. And part of the reason that they recruit, especially the more marginalized they are, the more they recruit. Why? Because what you want to do is, you know what it's like? Let me give you this word. I want you to keep this word in mind. This is a key word. Remember, we're having a heart discussion. The key word that I want you to remember is the term virus.
Mm-hmm.
Right? What does a virus do? A virus seeks to replicate itself. Right? That's what social ideologies do. They work like viruses. So what ends up happening is that many of these worldviews, they contaminate. They have a contaminating factor. You understand what I'm saying? This is very real. They have a contaminating factor. And so part of the way that they replicate, or the essential way that they replicate, is through recruiting. Two ways: recruiting and grooming, right? In fact, grooming is part of the process. It's part of the recruiting process. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so people normally, let me tell you when people like you, right? People like you when they have an agenda and your guard is down and you're not intelligent enough to see their agenda and you allow them full access. That's when they like you.
Correct.
Right? So basically, we're talking about something akin to a predatory psyche, right? A predatory psychology at work, right? A predator is not going to like you if you are making it hard for them to gain access, right? They're not going to, in fact, they'll be more, what's the word? They'll have more animosity towards you the harder you make it for them.
Right.
So that by the time they get to you, they'll probably be pretty vicious about it, because you made them work so hard to get to you. And so certain agendas in our society, they thought that people were just gonna lower their guard, allow their numbers to proliferate, right?
Mm-hmm.
They thought that certain communities thought that they were going to be able to increase their numbers, and through increasing their numbers, they were going to be able to access pressure points of power, all right, or what some people call power centers. I don't know if you recall, but there was a period in the early 2000s where every position of power, particularly within the music industry, was held by a homosexual. Everybody knew it. It didn't matter if they were female homosexual or male homosexual. Every position of power. Now, the real term that should be used that made all of this possible was not really homosexuality. Homosexuality is just a part of it. the real term that should be used is power sexuals. That is the main form of sexuality that overwhelmed and permeated through our communities in the past few decades, in the past 2 decades, particularly since the turn of the century. Once 2000 got here, see, prior to 2000, everybody really had to be on the DL, right? You really had to be. That's why everybody's talking about download this, download that, download brothers and ATL and all of this other stuff, right? New Birth, remember New Birth, the whole New Birth church thing, right? Download pastors, all of that stuff. Once the 2000s came, and there was enough people in that world who had assumed mantles of power, right? That's when the ideological attacks, and also Obama also really helped to legitimize all of it with the legalization of gay marriage, right? Yeah, absolutely. He helped to really legitimize it with the legitimization of gay marriage. People were really able to, and this is a this is a key word. We should have a vocabulary. I'm gonna start using. I'm gonna take notes while I learn from myself when I talk, so I'm gonna take notes.
Yep, I know the feeling.
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, I'll write it down. I won't even type it. So this word here is. Hold on. Oh, darn. I should have did that to myself because I forgot what the word was that I was going to use. Right, but that's okay. It doesn't matter. Right? The point I'm making is that once these interests assumed mantles of power, it's like any other interest. Once it assumes mantle of power, the first thing it does is it seeks to undermine the power of its adversaries. Right? Whoever you're against, you want to make them powerless. And you either do it little bit by little bit, right? Or you try to do it in one full sweep, the way this administration has done, right? And in fact, when you look at how they did what they did, the way the Trump administration did all of this with Doge and this, it had a very masculine nature to all of it. Think about it. It was very masculine in the way that they did it, right? So it was very roughshod. It was like a bull in a china shop, right? There was nothing elegant about what they did. There was nothing. There was no real soft power seeking to assert itself,
right?
Right, and in fact, I think to do it that way, probably they would have seen it as an insult to themselves, right? And so what they really wanted to put on display, they wanted there to be an overwhelming display of masculinity.
Yeah.
Right. So a lot of it is performative so that people could see, okay, men are back in such and such and such and such. Okay, no argument there. But what we still have to address, right? Because there's a certain element in our community. If you notice, let me just look at trends very quickly so we can get back to wokeness. If you look at the rise of a Kevin Samuels, right? And we all miss him. We know we do. We don't want to. We pretend like we don't miss Kevin Samuels, but we do, right? We always miss anybody who lifts up the scab, right? Anybody who lifts up the scab so we could see the wound, for real. We always appreciate those persons, and we should.
Right.
But what Kevin Samuels did was he brought to the forefront all of the dysfunction that was taking place between black men and black women in terms of relationships in the second decade of the 2000s, right? It was during that period, during the latter part of that period, where Kevin Samuels, who actually really took, and we got to give him his credit, he really took his impetus from Tommy Sotomayor, because and he said so. Tommy Sotomayor, shout out to Tommy. Tommy Sotomayor built his whole career on castigating the behavior of modern black women, and talked about how unappealing it was, and how destructive it was, and how dysfunctional it was, and basically how ugly it was, right? Or is. I don't know where we're at now. Right now, look, right now, everybody's so lost, you can't define any group right now.
Right.
Everybody is reeling. everybody just hoping to make it through this shit. That's all, because that's where everybody is right now. Everybody's just hoping to make it through because they have no, and we all know some stuff is coming down the pipeline, right? I mean, the main event at the end of the day, the main event above all of this is AI. At the end of the day, that is the main event. Everything else is a distraction.
Correct.
Right? Everything else is literally a distraction. AI is the main event, period, end of discussion. Right? And I'll put it to you like this. Black people, at least to my knowledge, I always judge everything from where I sit. That's all I can do. I can't judge something from where you sit. From where I sit, I haven't seen Black people have a national discussion on AI. Have you?
Nope.
I haven't seen Black people determine what our policies are going to be concerning AI. Have you?
Nope.
Do you know why? Because Black people as a collective and as a group in America has no agency. We have no agency. And the reason we have no agency is because we're still fucked up about we still have identity issues.
Right.
People talk about identity politics, right? Oh, that's just identity politics. Well, look, identity politics has your ass in the bag right now because the people who practiced it best took over the White House. They mastered identity politics. While the left was warning, the left who also, so here the thing is this, everybody plays identity politics.
Correct.
Everybody plays it and everybody uses it. The question is, how are you using it and in whose interest are you using it?
Right.
Sometimes they'll use it against you. Sometimes they'll use it for themselves, or sometimes they'll use it more often than not in proxy wars. They'll use other groups as bulwarks to keep you distracted over here while they're doing this, that, and the third over here. That's what the right did, right? If you look at the right and how they were able to accomplish what they accomplished, or better yet, let's play a little game. Then we're going to go directly into the origin of wokeness, and you're going to see how it's all connected.
And we still got to finish the discussion on Kevin Samuels.
Oh, okay, thank you.
I'm bookmarking everything you say.
I appreciate that. That's what makes you a valuable host. I can think of somebody who can learn a lot from you. He'll be pissed if I say it, though. You know who I'm talking about, right?
No
so here's
comment.
the deal, right? So here's the deal. I'm glad you brought Kevin Samuel back up. When Kevin Samuel did that, he made the whole Black relationship dynamic a very marketable topic for other platforms to assume for their own topic, right? Their own aegis, if you will.
Brand, everything, yeah.
Right, their own brand, everything, right? But here's the deal. What nobody spoke about and what nobody noticed is that when all of that fallout hit the internet, nobody noticed how the homosexual community got real quiet. All of a sudden, you stop hearing from them. They just receded to the background. Am I wrong? Am I right?
No, you're correct.
And not only did they recede to the background, but many of them attempted to rear their heads again and try to insert themselves as if they were part of the now normal discourse, the hetero discourse. And there's one female influencer, I don't know her name, but she's kind of masculine. She's kind of attractive. She's kind of masculine, but she's always talking about how she had to learn to think like a man. And she almost speaks very masculine, right? And then she spoke not too long ago about how men are right about the insanity of these women out here, right? So then I'm saying that to say that you begin to see people who pursue that alternative lifestyle begin to interject themselves into our hetero discourse. Why? Because our heterosexual discourse became the prevailing discourse on the internet.
Right.
Nobody was talking about any of that homosexual stuff anymore. It just receded to the background. Nobody was talking about that. And the thing that trips me out about Black people is it's as if we sleepwalk through trends. Nobody highlights it. Nobody looks at any of this stuff objectively. Everybody's just like, oh, what's the new hot topic? What's the new thing that's going to incite me emotionally that I can chime in on, right? That I can have an opinion of relevance on. My thing is, well, wait a minute. I'm always the person standing there going, hey, yo, did y'all see what just happened? I'm always that person. Did y'all see what just happened? We went through years and years and years of the homosexual community being out in the forefront. They were on every television show, right? Every television show had a gay couple, right? Am I wrong or right? Like
You're
Power.
Right.
And,
all of them.
You
You cannot watch a black show and not see it.
Exactly. Now, is it still that way?
Yes.
Okay, I don't know because I don't watch television.
Yeah, there's I just watched the latest episode of Raising Kanan, and the girl goes to a gay club.
Okay, right. So my thing is, well, I've been to a lesbian club myself. It's not a bad place to be. I was dating a celebrity, man. She was like, "Come on, we'll go to this club." She took me to a lesbian club in Manhattan, man. Oh, it was incredible. It was incredible. I can't tell you how the night ended. I would get in trouble. I was very popular at the time. So, yeah, absolutely. It was called Fat Boys, right? It was
Yeah.
the meatpacking district. And
well, my supposition is homosexuality has receded to the back for white folks, but not for black folks.
you know why?
Why?
Our communities are the most vulnerable to predatory social practices, meaning that grooming and predatory practices goes a lot further in our communities because our communities are vulnerable. Our communities are the ones where, traditionally speaking, for the past half century, there have been no fathers in the home. And so because there have been no fathers in the home, what you end up with eventually is a kind of social chaos, right? Because naturally or through nature, via nature, men play a certain role or are supposed to play a certain role in society. Now, if you deal with the so-called modern prevailing wokeness, men are not supposed to play a certain role in society, right? In other words, gender or sex, and they're not the same thing, but they're closely related, but sex is supposed to be arbitrary. It makes no difference, which is what they want you to think, which is absolutely not true. It makes a lot of difference. If it didn't make difference, if sex didn't make a difference, nature would not have sought to replicate itself that way, would not have sought to express itself in those complementary terms, right? I think that nature knew what it was doing. And it's when you get persons who are not naturally grounded, when you get persons who are not naturally grounded, whether socially or culturally, what ends up happening is that they have what's called a laissez-faire approach to life. In other words, anything goes. Whatever feels good at the moment, do that, right? Without any regard for the damage that it does or the inherent damage that it can do, right? On multiple levels that we don't consider, right? So that's the Kevin Samuel thing. The Kevin Samuel thing, what's prominent about him was making the heterosexual discourse with all of its dysfunction. He made it the prevailing discussion to have.
Yeah.
And what I noticed was that when that happened, all of the homosexual community disappeared off of, like, where did they go? I'm asking you, where did they go? Because they used to be very vocal, very out front. They were all over social media. Where did they go? How did they fall out of, how did they move from the center of the discussion? And the reason why I'm saying that that's important, because I look at it like mold. Mold can always do damage when you don't shine light on it, right? If you don't open those closets, if you don't open those dark spaces and let the light and the air get in there, mold will proliferate. And mold is deadly. And the same thing is true for what's the word that I'm looking for? The same thing is true for opaque agendas. Right? The same thing is true for opaque agendas. If you don't shine a light on them, they'll just resurface again at an opportune time.
Yep.
Right? Because you know why? Because they are opportunistic in nature. Right? Now that's a key word. Got to write that down.
Opportunistic in nature.
That's right. There you go. Right? Opportunistic. There we go. That's a key word. Because those are things you want to look out for. Right? You always want to look out for an opportunist. You have to be very careful with opportunists. They do a lot of damage along the way to get what they can get. There used to be a certain individual on another channel that I used to be on, and this individual, it was obvious that this person was really using Black consciousness as just an opportunity to become a celebrity. And that was the only reason they were using the whole Black ideology thing. They ended up moving to Beverly Hills, remember? You know who I'm talking about.
I do.
Right? And I knew back then that they were full of it. I knew they were full of it when they said to me, I want to be a Black leader. I was like, oh. Anytime somebody uses those words, I want to be a Black leader, just step away from them. Just step away from them. Because there's nobody in their right mind who's Black who wants to be a Black leader. Right? You got to be, do you know who you're leading? There's a reason why Jesus was crucified by his, what they say, give us Jesus. They say, give us Barabbas, give us Barabbas. Right? Crucify him, crucify your own people. Right? So, here's what happened with the wokeness, right? And why the right is
well,
correct.
before we go there, okay. I got your bookmarks. White masculinity in the White House with the bull in the china shop.
Right. What about that?
You sort of veered off into the Kevin Samuels thing, and I wasn't sure if you were complete with that thought yet. That's why I had
well, basically what I was putting out on the table was that there is this I don't want to use the word war, but you can use the word war.
Okay.
Right? There's a power conflict going on. That's what's really been going on in this country. It's all at the center of all of this is power. Everything else is just a dress up for what's actually going on. Whether it's race, whether it's sex, whether it's class, whatever, all of those words are just dress up words for one word that the Black community is very irresponsible with respect to addressing. And that's the word power. Power. Period. And I got to give 50 Cent credit. At least he named his show aptly Power.
Yeah.
Because that's really what it's all about. It's the only, if you're coming from another planet, right? You know, you come into an airport. If you're coming from another planet and you're aliens, if I'm working in the airport and you show up, and I'm working in the spaceport and you show up, they're going to say, hey, what's this planet all about? Power. I'm like, here's your brochure. You're going to need to study power because nothing else matters on this planet. That's it. It's all about power. And everything else is just a dress-up word for it. It doesn't mean that they don't matter, right? Because everything is subject to power. Everything plays a role with or in power somehow, somewhere.
Yeah.
Right? Now we could talk about power differentiation, but you still have to talk about it in human terms. So in human terms, it's going to express itself in sex, race, class, markets, economics, war, all of that stuff, media, information, data, all of that has to do with power, right? So one of the things that Black people really need to do is we need to define for ourselves as a group, what is our relationship to our own power interest? What is our power interest? Let me give you an example of what I'm talking about. Okay, I'm going to name for you 3 white think tanks, or just as many as I can off the top of my head.
Okay.
All right, are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay. Heritage Foundation, the Center for American Renewal, the Cato Institute, the Hoover Institute, which claims to be neutral and liberal, but what else? What are some other ones? Oh, I wouldn't say Turning Point, but I'm talking about official think tanks,
Right.
right? So there are quite a few of them, right? So now I want you to name for me 2 black think tanks, or better yet, 1. Name for me 1 black think tank.
Damn.
That's my whole point. That's my whole point. That's my whole point. You can't. I'm working on the whole presentation on that right now. Everything that has been accomplished from the beginning of this country, everything that has been accomplished from the beginning of this country was accomplished through think tanks. One of the earliest think tanks in this country was a think tank that was started by Benjamin Franklin. And in this think tank was Thomas Jefferson, George Washington, and a whole lot of other people that you know about as the founding fathers. They were all in this think tank. And that think tank still survives to this day. It's in Philadelphia. It has a name and everything. It still survives to this day. And where did they get the impetus to start that think tank? From where they came from England. There was a particular think tank in England that many of their great thinkers came out of. And Benjamin Franklin sought to recreate that over here. And the ironic part is that he was the youngest person in the think tank, but he was the one that started it. And when you see what they did, and how they did it, it's mind-blowing to think that this level of organized thinking, you might want to write that down, organized thinking. I'm writing it down. You don't have to. Shit.
Write it down, chat. Right. Organized thinking.
Right? Organized thinking, right? You might want to put the word collective between organized and thinking, or put collective at the front. Collective organized thinking. Right? That's what you want to put. Collective organized thinking.
Shout out Hotep, illegal immigrant.
Right? When you see, I hate quoting from PowerPoints that I haven't shared with people yet. But every time I come on your show, I noticed that about coming on your platform. Your platform is the only platform, for whatever reason, I think it's because of my genuine respect for you and your generosity. I feel compelled to just share what it is that I know that I have within my own cachet of data and information. And normally I play those things close to my chest because I used to debate a lot.
Yeah.
And I like for people to go out on a limb and talk smack so that I can just come behind and swoop them up. Sweep their feet out from under them and watch them fall.
Yeah.
I'm going to pull this up just so you can I want you to really see where I'm coming from. And I know that people who are...
And the great constituents of Hotep appreciate you sharing that cachet of secret occult information with us.
That was very thoughtful. I appreciate that. That really meant a lot to me. I'm going to show you this. I'm not supposed to show you this.
Okay.
Because I know people on my channel are going to be like, why you show that on his channel, but you didn't show it on your channel? I'm like, look, and not only that, your audience always does right by me. So here we go. Let me see. I'm going to share this with you. I'm going to show this to you. I'm going to go here. And then I'm going to go.
Cash App, $ Shakka Ahmose.
Boom. Here we go. All right. You're not supposed to be seeing this, guys, but I'm going to share it with you anyway. Okay? What do you see on your screen?
Heritage Foundation, American Enterprise Institute, Cato Institute, Claremont Institute, Ethics and Public Policy, Federalist Society, Hoover Institution, Manhattan Institute, Heartland Institute, Texas Public Policy Foundation.
All right. What does, from number 2 to number 10, what do all of these think tanks have in common?
The term institute.
No. What they all have in common is, number 1, they are officially think tanks. You have a lot of organizations out there that sometimes people like to lump into think tanks, but they're not think tanks.
Okay.
Right? So you might type in whatever and say, give me a list of such and such think tanks.
Right.
About 20 or 30 of them are not think tanks. So then you got to redo your search and say, give me specifically think tanks.
Right.
Right? Explicitly think tanks.
Yeah.
Now, what all of these have in common, Hotep, don't be doing no research right now.
No, I'm fixing the screen.
Oh, okay, awesome. What all of these have in common right now, because I don't want you to get ahead of me if you're doing research.
No.
What all of these have in common right now is that number 2 through number 10, they all work in lockstep with number 1.
Really?
Yes.
Okay.
They all work in lockstep with number 1, the Heritage Foundation.
Okay.
So what you have is, so let me show you what I'm talking about so you can really understand what I'm saying, because I don't think black people really get it, what they're up against. And that's why I'm trying to, that's the reason I'm having this discourse, right? I want my people, whether as individuals or as collectives, to understand what it is that they're up against.
Okay.
Because if you don't, then all you could do is lay down, roll over, and die. Am I right?
Correct.
You can't mount an offense against something that you don't understand. All you're doing is sitting there lost in the sauce, having opinions about nothing of any real consequence. So let's just look at it. What is a think tank? A think tank is when you get a collective a set of minds that come together to solve problems.
Right.
Okay? So look, to solve problems.
Mm-hmm.
Now you have a collective set of minds. Now what happens when you take that hive, it's like a hive. What happens when you take that hive of minds and then you connect it with another hive of minds? Right?
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Then you connect it with another hive of minds. That's what I just showed you with all of those think tanks. All of those think tanks that I just showed you are all various hives of white minds that all work in lockstep together. That's what you saw at work in the 2025 election. There was no way that anything on the Democratic side was going to be able to compete with that. It just wasn't going to happen. And if you think that the Democratic side is bad, is bad enough, if the Democratic side doesn't have their shit together, then how much more so dilapidated and weak do you think the black contingency is? Now, I asked you, I just showed you 10 white think tanks that are official think tanks. Name for me one black think tank. Just one.
Gotta play the Jeopardy music right now.
No, you don't have to. You know why? Watch this. You know why?
Why?
I don't want you to look. You know why?
Why?
You don't have any. Now, how is a race that has nothing but think tanks, how is a race that has no think tanks going to compete with a race that has nothing but think tanks? Make that make sense. Make it make sense. I mean, when you look at it, if you cannot compete as a collective, what makes you think you can compete as an individual? Right? And should you be able to compete as an individual? And, I mean, and there are those of us who do. right? I think about a Simone Biles. I think about a Condoleezza Rice. I think about a Colin Powell. I think about a Michael Jordan. I think about an Oprah, right? I think about a Quincy Jones. I think about all of these people, right? But at the end of the day, they always still have to kowtow to who? They don't kowtow to you and me. They floss on us. They floss on us. Ain't no black celebrities and the black successful. They love to look down on us like we ain't shit. They love that. They love that. Right? They love it. And look, and we can't wait to get there so we can do it too. I want to look down on some niggas.
I got your mortgage payment on my pinky.
Okay?
Yeah.
All right, so I had the mortgage payment on my pinky. Yeah, I laughed because I actually knew people like that. Right? So now, watch this. I want you to consider what I'm about to tell you.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you couldn't think of one black think tank. Am I right? Just say yes.
Yes.
Okay. Now, I lied to you.
Okay.
When I told you that there are no black think tanks.
Mm.
But here's the thing. Do you know any of them?
No.
So then what's the fucking point?
Mm.
Doesn't even really matter.
Mm.
Think about that.
Mm.
Does it really matter that they exist?
No.
There are black think tanks. Right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to show you them right now.
Okay.
Would you like me to show them to you?
Yes, please. Absolutely.
Okay. All right.
Maybe I've heard of them. Maybe I haven't. I'm not sure.
Oh, no, trust me. You haven't heard of these. you ain't nothing to hear. I hate to say it. It's heartbreaking. But I got to keep it 100.
Mm-hmm.
So here we go. But look, watch this. I'm not even show. I'm going to show you this first.
Okay.
Let me come here. I have to go to. I'm showing you stuff I didn't plan on showing you. Like I said, I always like to play my. And let me know when I'm sharing my screen so that people.
Right. I got you.
I'm really horrible with that.
And another earmark in this conversation that's related to what you're talking about was black people in the trailer, while AI is the main topic of conversation that needs to be had, but black people have nothing to do with AI. So this sort of interlinks with what you're talking about with these black think tanks and how we know nothing of them.
Exactly. But here's the thing. Black people are in the trailer behind the car of power or the car of life. No matter which topic we're talking about. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it's AI or government or economics or even sports.
Dang.
Right? Black people ain't owning no teams. What are you talking about? You begging to be coaches. Look, hold on a second. I'm gonna show you this. Hold on. I'm serious, bro. I'm serious. Watch this. Hold on one second. What's the name of this school? Oh, I know where it is. Okay. You got me cracking PowerPoints, boy. You're not even supposed to be seeing this stuff. Hold on one second.
We appreciate it.
Hold on.
Clutch Sports is a think tank.
Okay, I know where it is. I have to go into my extra notes. Here we go. All right. I'm gonna show y'all something that you've never seen before. And that's what I want black people to see, which really matters to me a lot. I want you to see things that you've never seen before. Because when you see things that you've never seen before, you ask questions that you've never asked before. When you ask questions that you never asked before, you'll begin to get answers that you didn't even know you were supposed to have. Does that make sense to you?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Awesome. All right, give me 1 second. I'm gonna search this out very quickly. I'm in my note. I stashed my notes. Here we go. Franklin. With my Miles.
Now, let me just get the chat caught up in, just in case you're joining us. We have Shakka Ahmose on the channel. His links are in the description box below. You can support him at $ Shakka Ahmose. We're discussing the origin of wokeness. We're covering some foundational information right now regarding think tanks. He just showed you the main white think tanks. We're going to dive into some of the black think tanks in just a moment and how there is a lack of awareness around them.
I just found it. Here we go. Okay. Boom. Just found it. So I want to tell you how these. So, all right. Here we go. Yes. Okay. Okay. So I'm going to show you this.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to share my screen.
Okay.
In fact, if you want, you can look it up yourself. Go to Wikipedia and type in American Philosophical Society. Okay, share. I'm going to share my screen as well so you can see it. Here we go.
American Philosophical Society, APS, is an American scholarly organization and learned society founded in 1743 in Philadelphia that promotes the knowledge in the humanities and natural sciences through research, professional meetings, publications, library resources, and community outreach. It was founded by the polymath Benjamin Franklin and is considered the first learned society founded in what became the United States.
That is the first learned society in what became the United States. Why have you never heard of it before? This is the very first learned society in the United States. You don't think we should have known that?
Yeah.
I mean, we're supposed to be about education. What is the point of going to an educational institution in America if they never tell you about the very first one? That's like going to a movie and they start you off in the last 45 minutes of the fucking film. And then you think you know something about the film. You walking around, I'm an expert on that film. I saw it. Oh yeah? How long was the film? It was 30 minutes. You're talking about a 3-hour, 45-minute film, and you telling everybody it was 30 minutes because you got 30 minutes worth of knowledge about it. That's the same exact shit when it comes to education in this country. This is the first learned society in what became the United States, the American Philosophical Society. Why is that important to know? It's important to know because when Thomas Jefferson and the rest of the founding fathers was talking about the kind of education that Americans are supposed to have, they were talking about what came out of here. This is what they were talking about. When they talking about Americans should have a liberal education, they were talking about what came out of here, right? Continue reading the Philosophical Hall. Read it. Let's read the whole page together. Go ahead.
Philosophical Hall, the Society's headquarters and museum, is located just east of the Independence Hall in Independence National Historic Park. In 1965, in recognition of the building's history, it was designated a National Historic Landmark. The Society has about 1,000 elected members. As of April 2020, 5,710 members had been inducted since its creation through research grants, published journals, the American Philosophical Society Museum, an extensive library, and regular meetings. The Society supports a variety of disciplines in the humanities and the sciences.
Now read the next part because this is always going to be the most important part. Anytime you want to understand something, you have to understand the history of it. Read this part.
Okay, history. The American Philosophical Society was founded as the Philosophical Society in 1743 by Benjamin Franklin, James Alexander, Francis Hopkinson, John Bartram, Philip Singh Jr., and others as an offshoot of an earlier club, the Junto.
So stop right there, right? We're going to click on Junto. Click on Junto.
Okay.
All right. Can you see my screen where it says Junto?
The Junto.
Does my screen stay Junto? Because sometimes it might not flip over. It'll stay on the other page.
It says Junto Club.
Okay, great. Read Junto. By the way, have you ever heard of Junto?
No.
All right, read this.
I thought it was Japanese. The Junto, also known as the Leather Apron Club, was a club
you know what that is.
Yep. was a club for mutual improvement established in 1727 by Benjamin Franklin in Philadelphia.
So hold on, stop. Not only did Benjamin Franklin establish the American Philosophical Society, but he also established the Junto Club. All right? Let's go. Or, excuse me, the Leather Apron Club. Go ahead.
The Leather Apron Club's purpose was to debate questions of morals, ethics, and natural philosophy.
Not morals, politics.
I'm sorry. What did I say? Philosophy?
You said ethics.
Morals, politics, and natural philosophy, and to exchange knowledge of business affairs.
Okay, continue.
History. Benjamin Franklin organized a group of friends to provide a structured form of mutual improvement. The group, initially composed of 12 members, called itself the Junto, derived from the Spanish word junta, or assembly. Junta.
Right, or assembly.
The members of the Junto were drawn from diverse occupations and backgrounds, but they all shared a spirit of inquiry and a desire to improve themselves, their community, and to help others.
The reason why I'm showing you this is black people don't understand how white power works, right? They always think that white power comes from the top down. It's coming from what you're looking at right now. People taking agency. Here you had one individual who coalesced other individuals around himself for one reason and one reason only: self-improvement. It was an exercise in self-development. People think all of this shit that they were able to achieve just fell out of the fucking sky. It did not. It didn't fall out of the sky. And the reason I'm showing you this shit is because the one thing that Negroes fail to do, and I don't understand why, I'm still trying to figure this out. We do not understand the concept of modeling. All of the solutions in the world are right in front of your face. You want to achieve what Americans did or what the founding fathers did? Well, why don't you study what the fuck they did? No, you don't want to do that. You want to go watch Fast and Furious and think you're going to do that, and that's going to fucking solve your problems. Why don't you look at what the people who got you in a trick bag did for themselves, how they got themselves there, so that maybe you could do the same thing? It ain't hard. All you got to do is model. But if you don't know where to find the models, you're going to be stuck on stupid. And I'm going to tell you something. It's not by accident that you never heard of the American Philosophical Society. It's not by accident that you never heard of the Junto or the Junto. It's on purpose and it's by design. I'll say it again. It's on purpose and it's by design that you never heard of these things. Now, this stuff that I'm showing you now is supposed to be saving for my channel. I'm going to be in a lot of trouble with my followers. I'm telling you right now. They're going to cuss me out. I already know how they do. Let's go. Okay? I'll keep reading because I want you to see this.
Okay, let's go.
Let's start from the members of the Junto.
The members of the Junta were drawn from diverse occupations and backgrounds, but they all shared a spirit of inquiry and a desire to improve themselves, their community, and to help others. Among the original members were printers, surveyors, a cabinet maker, a clerk, and a bartender. Although most of the members were older than Franklin, he was clearly their leader.
He was the youngest one, like I said. He was the baby of the bunch. At just how old?
21.
Look, 21.
He oversaw 5 men, including Hugh Meredith, Stephen Potts, and George Webb, who were soon to form the core of the Junto. Franklin was an outgoing, social individual and had become acquainted with these businessmen. This gathering included prominent merchants who met informally to drink and discuss the business of the day. Franklin's congenial ways attracted many unique and learned individuals, and from these, he selected the members for the Junto.
Now stop. You notice there was a bartender, and they met to drink at these meetings of inquiry and to debate.
Right.
Right? This is the same exact way Hitler and his socialistic power in Germany came about at the Ratskeller. The Ratskeller, which was the winery basement hall underneath City Hall. Right? So if black people want to model about where to meet and how they get together, find a bar. Go find a goddamn bar and a winery. Because you know how hard it is to get black people together in a room? Just 3 black guys. Go sit your asses down somewhere and conspire to fucking do something. And I mean that. Go. Now, black women do it, but they usually do it over brunch. They'll do it over brunch, exchange notes, have some surface conversation, exchange whatever, and then they'll move on forward. As men, we should not be expected or expect to see ourselves performing and doing things in the way that our women do it. They're women, right? What I'm saying is that this is a model to show you how you need to proceed. And because I'm telling you, bro, there's an issue, and because I'm looking at what our problems are. And when I look at what our problems are, we don't understand what is the social cohesive glue that is supposed to bring us together. Mm-hmm. And at some point in time, you got to get from behind these screens. You're going to have, because if you don't get from behind these screens, you're going to be trapped. Mm-hmm. You're going to be trapped literally right behind these screens on fucking camera. I'm telling you.
This is facts.
You're going to be trapped, right? So I just wanted you to see what they were doing. Now, you don't have to go any further. Oh, very quickly, go down to prehistory, because I want to show you where they got the idea from the junta.
Franklin
go to where it says the Dry Club.
Okay.
Oh, Bill, go where it says prehistory.
Franklin was influenced by two predecessor organizations in particular.
And go to the first one, Dry Club.
Dry Club. One of an English group called the Dry Club, which had a philosopher. Oh, wow. John Locke.
Exactly. John Locke. See, all of these guys belong to clubs. What they're calling clubs were actually think tanks. This is where think tanks come from in the European world. Okay, go ahead. John Locke, William
Popple, and Benjamin Furley among its members during the 1690s, and was itself partially inspired by Furley's Heretics of the Lantern Society. It met one evening for 2 hours at a time and required that its members reply affirmatively to the following questions: whether he loves all men, of what profession or religion soever, whether he thinks no person ought to be harmed in his body, name, or goods for mere speculative opinions or his external way of worship, whether he loves and seeks truth for truth's sake, and will endeavor impartially to find and receive it himself and to communicate it to others.
So this was the values of Benjamin Franklin. This was the values of the first men who were coming together. They got their values and what I call their cognitive style. They got their cognitive style from their predecessors in the mother country, in England. That's where the Dry Club was. How come you never heard of the Dry Club? Ain't nobody ever told us shit about the Dry Club. They don't teach you shit about where their thinking comes from. But I saw you pick up on it when you saw John Locke's name, because you know the role that John Locke plays in their thinking with respect to the Enlightenment and all that other shit, right? Where they get the ideas from about the Declaration of Independence, the Bill of Rights, all of that stuff, libertarianism, all of that stuff, power of the separation of church and state, all of that stuff comes out of there. And one thing you're going to learn about whites, and this is really important, they are very protective and they covet their intellectual history. How do I know that? None of us were raised in it. How are we American citizens and not raised in any of it? Go back to the American Philosophical Society in the history section.
Okay. Early members?
Yes. Now, hold on. Remember, we're now back in the American Philosophical Society, which came out of the Dry Club.
Right.
It was inspired by the Dry Club. Look who's in, look at the early members of the American Philosophical Society.
Benjamin Franklin, John Dickinson, George Washington, John Adams.
Oh, you ever heard of George Washington? You ever heard of Benjamin Franklin? You ever heard of John Adams? You ever heard of Thomas Jefferson? You ever heard of Alexander Hamilton? You ever heard of Thomas Paine? You ever heard of David Rittenhouse? All of these people, James Madison.
Oh,
all
shit.
Of these people.
Nicholas Biddle's in there.
All of them were in it.
Madison, Pettit. Yo, Biddle was in this club?
All of them were in it.
Wow.
This is the part that I'm telling you, where black people get their asses kicked. They get their asses kicked, or rather they're ruled by an infrastructure, and they don't understand the origin and the essence of the infrastructure. It's not all economical. A lot of it is philosophical. right? But it's an intersection. It's an intersection where philosophy and economics meet. That's what it is. It's an intersection where philosophy and economic meet. But what they do is they take advantage of this cross-pollination. They do they do the same thing that Elon Musk did. What did Elon, with the PayPal mafia, what I call the apartheid mafia, the apartheid mafia or the PayPal mafia, they were all part of what they call a mastermind, right? You had all of these tech guys, entrepreneurs, right? They all would come together and brainstorm and work on shit, right? And then they once they got enough information to decide which way different demographics wanted to go in, they left and went and did their own thing, right? They left and went and did their own thing. So this is really important. And there's a reason why I'm showing y'all this. I want you to see, how can I put this? I want you to see, number one, what they never showed you in school, right? That's important. They never showed you in school. And I think it's really unfortunate because what we fail to understand that it's out of these things. It's out of these things. And I strongly suggest that you read this whole page in its entirety later on when you get the chance. Because you're going to have a much better understanding and idea, right? You're going to have a much better understanding and idea of where these think tanks come from, what guides them, and how they are used to rule us. Because part of their rule, you got to understand something. Power in the human sphere at the end of the day is a product of thinking. It's a product of thinking. It's not guns. It's not tanks. It's not bombs. It's not airplanes. All of those are end products. Those are products at the end of the assembly line. The beginning of the assembly line is here. This is the beginning of the assembly line. This is where they have black people at a disadvantage between your ears. Here. This is the beginning of the assembly line. Part of their intellectual history is the advent of the think tank. Meeting at these pubs, everybody from, and when you read that page from top to bottom, I promise you, your mind is going to be blown when you look at the things that they were talking about. You're going to say to yourself, wait a minute, they was getting down like this in the 18th century? Yes. I mean, look, if they were getting down like that in Rome and Greece and Kemet, then yes, absolutely. The 18th century is just yesterday.
Yeah.
Right? We think of now as being modern times. We forget that in those times, that was their modern times. Right? In their modern times, they had two things. Right? They had two things. The two things that they had an ethos of education, an ethos, right? They had an ethos of education, but the most important thing that they had was lack of distraction. That was the most important thing that they had.
That's
it was
facts.
their greatest asset.
Yes.
Lack of distraction.
Right.
There was no television. I have to go watch my football game. I have to go watch Mr. Beast, right? I got to go look at Pornhub, right? They had lack of distraction. And because they had lack of distraction, they were able to engage in superior planning. If black folks are not interested in engaging in superior planning, then we all might as well just go lay down. Just go lay down. Because you've essentially given up. You are taking a fatalistic approach to life. You have a fatalistic view about life, collectively and as a group. The most we are good for is emotional reacting, right? When you look at all of the reaction videos to the immigrants being deported, the majority of those videos are coming from females, from black women, right? Why? Because it's emotionally cathartic to say, good for you, right? But here's the problem. While we're sitting there saying good for you, our bank accounts are not getting bigger. Our standing in society hasn't gotten any stronger. So it's a cheap substitute for power. That's what it is. It's a cheap, what do they say? There are some people who would rather be right than be free. So they're taking satisfaction in pointing out that they were right. You should have voted for Kamala Harris. What do we gain from it? At the end of the day, we have to take an accountant's approach to our books. There are gains and there are losses. Black people have to manage their books better as a race, as a group, as a collective, as a community. We don't manage our books well. When you manage your books well, you're looking at gains and losses. What are we gaining by saying, good for you? Look, I just found out yesterday, now they're deporting all of the Cubans as well. And they're the most racist of all of them, well, them and the Dominicans, right? But the Cubans are even more racist than the Dominicans, right? So now, right? So
everybody's
now they're
saying good for you.
Right? We're saying good for you.
Right.
What are we gaining from it, though?
Right.
How much closer to power does it put you? No, you have a cheap substitute. That's what you got. You got a cheap substitute. You ain't got no power, so now you feel good being able to say, I told you so. That's your award.
It's a lot of that going around now that Trump's in office, too. A lot of that.
Yeah, that's your consolation prize. Being able to say, I told you so. Really? That's what you want? That's what you want to wrap all of your energy in? I told you so? You know why? Because you ain't got nothing else. You ain't got nothing else. And you know what I really want to say? You ain't got nothing else, you fucking loser. That's what I really want to say. But I'm not going to say that. You ain't got nothing else. So all you got is, I told you so. We told you not to vote for Trump. We told you blah, 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 blah. That don't put us any closer to power. That at all. And at the end of the day, that's all we should care about. And as I always say on my platform, the major problem with our collective community, our national community, as far as black people are concerned, is we have no leaders. I'll prove it to you.
Oh, this a real.
Why have you never heard of the American Philosophical Society? Why have you never heard of the junto? Your leaders don't think that those are important enough to show you and tell you about? So that you can understand the intellectual legacy of this country so you can plug into it? They don't even educate you to understand why it's important to plug into it. They don't tell you that part. You have a bunch of unqualified people who, I don't even know if they even see themselves as leaders.
They just grifters.
A lot of this shit comes out of wokeness, particularly. Now, don't get me wrong. Let me tell you something. Black women have a lot of legitimate gripes that have gone ignored for far too long. That's a fact.
Correct.
And one of those legitimate gripes has to do with intersectionality. Now, I did a whole presentation years ago shitting on intersectionality, pointing out the the power. It's a power dynamic. It's about a power differential
and divisiveness.
Right? Well, yeah, to a large degree, yes. Right. It's all about power hierarchy.
Right.
Which is what intersectionality is all about. And when you get to the bottom, when you look at the bottom of that hierarchical framework, you see that on the very, 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 very bottom is the black woman. Right? At the very, very, very top is the white male. Everybody else is in between. And they all have respective roles. And with the black woman, because they sat down and they did all, it comes out of critical race theory. But they sat down and they looked at the framework. And the reason that white people have such an aversion to critical frame theory is it has nothing to do with race. I told you, it's got nothing to do with race. It's got everything to do with power. Even race, the idea and the concept of race has to do with power. What do the scientists always say? Race is a social construct. There's no such thing as biological race. Isn't that what they say? I don't know if I agree with them, but at least that's what, I mean, if you're going to go with the prevailing scientific narrative, that's what they say. There's no such thing as race. It's a social construct.
Right.
Okay. If it's a social construct, then we have to ask ourselves, why does it social construct? It's power. Right? I was watching two guys debate yesterday, and they were debating, is it about race or is it about class? When it really comes down to it, they were trying to have an irreducible discourse between the two to say which one is the real important variable in the equation. Because if you can't identify that, if you can't isolate that, you'll be focused on the wrong thing while getting your ass kicked by the other thing. Make sense?
Yeah.
Right. So they were trying to determine, is it race or is it class? So I'm going to ask you, which one does it really come down to, race or class?
Class.
That's what one of the guys was saying. He was saying class. Well, many black people have thought that in the past. They thought it was class. It's class up to a point. It's class up to a point.
Right.
Right? But once you pass that point,
it's race.
It's race.
Correct.
Right? So if once you pass that point, it's race, then ultimately what does it come down to? Is it class or race?
Race.
See how that's an opposite answer to the first one you gave? Most people will go with class, especially people who aspire to evolve within their, or people who aspire to escalate within their own class context.
Allow me to extrapolate.
Sure.
If the race has the lowest class, are we now talking about class? Class being measured by power on a scale of power.
At the end of the day, we're only talking about power.
Correct.
At the end of the day, we're only talking about power. But if you're going to talk about power, which one in human context is closer to power? Is it class or race?
I would then say class again.
You would say class again.
But I'm a money guy, so I always look at things through an economic lens.
Well, here's the thing. It's true, but you have to understand that at some point in the power dynamic, one has to give way to the other. And when one gives way to the other, the one left standing tells you what it's all about. It's a common sense conclusion. It goes against your instincts because, like I said, you're a money guy.
Right.
And what you've been shown is that affluence is influence. Money is what determines everything. Right? However, if you read the ISIS papers by Dr. Frances Cress Welsing, she laid it out very clearly. White survival has very little to do with class. White survival has everything to do with race.
That's true.
So there's a biological imperative that supersedes class. And the problem with black people is that because we have the least money, we've been taught to see money in class as the end all be all. It is everything. We worship money.
Mm-hmm.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We worship it.
I see what you're saying now.
Right. One of the things that enables white people to manage money at the level at which they do is that they don't worship it. It's a tool for them. That's it. It's a straight up tool for them. And that's exactly their approach to it. To us, it's not that.
So what you're saying is the bigger conversation is race, and it's based upon survival of the race.
Of course it is.
That makes sense.
Just read a book that
the Iceman Inheritance.
Oh no, that's a good one too. But read what's your favorite quote from the Iceman Inheritance?
The seat of white supremacy is liberalism.
That's your favorite quote from the Iceman Inheritance?
Yeah.
I'm gonna show you my favorite quote from the Iceman Inheritance.
Okay.
Watch this. It'll take me 2 seconds. Bring it up, bring it up, bring it up. It's up. Bradley. Here we go. Here we go. And I'm going to put this in the chat. So if you want, you can put it on the screen. It's up to you.
Well, share it. Just share it because you got powers.
Oh, okay. But I'm going to let you read it anyway.
Okay.
Oh, here you go. Check out the chat in Zoom.
Oh, this one. Okay, let's read this. It is the sphere of abnormal.
It is in.
I'm sorry. It is in the sphere of abnormal violence that we Caucasoids excel among races. The Caucasoid domain has witnessed far more than its fair share of philosophical and religious conflict. Waves of competing beliefs sweeping from the Urals to the Atlantic, from the Sahara to the Baltic, clashing in dens of merciless and racial fratricide, and leaving a flotsam of broken bodies and swirling eddies and blood, testifying to the violence of Caucasoid intellectual paroxysms. Intellectual violence is statistically rare among other races. Intellectual violence is typical of Caucasoids. Our wars of religion, our inquisitions, our philosophical conflicts have no parallel among the yellow, red, brown, or black men. It is this kind of violence that makes our history appear senseless to other men and senseless and baffling even to ourselves. Michael Bradley, Iceman Inheritance.
Now, let me break it down for you even further.
Okay.
You can appreciate it. You ever heard this saying? The pen is mightier than the what?
Than the sword.
Right. So what does that essentially mean?
I think deep. So, to me, the first thing I think of is the mind is stronger than the body.
Watch this. The pen is mightier than the sword.
Mm-hmm.
So you're thinking in terms of weaponry and militarism.
Right.
So let's take it a step further. Let's supplant the sword with a gun.
Yeah.
So let's change the phrase to the pen is mightier than the gun.
Right.
With a pen, you could sign a piece of paper and all of a sudden the countries are being bombed.
Right.
Right. So we've moved far from the sword to weapons of mass destruction.
Mm-hmm.
But yet the pen is still mightier than all of those weapons of mass destruction.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to tell you why. What is the ammunition of a sword? The ammunition of the sword, no. The ammunition of the sword is the metal that you mine from the earth to create the sword.
Okay.
Whether it's bronze, iron, steel, or what have you.
Right.
Right? Bronze and iron, if you're talking about the Bronze Age and the Iron Age. Steel, if you're talking about feudal Japan.
Right.
Right? That is the ammunition for swords. Right? What is the ammunition for guns?
Bullets.
Right. Now, what is the ammunition for pens?
Ink.
No. Look. Ideas. Ideas. Ideas are the ammunition of the pen. Think about it. How much damage did Mein Kampf do? How much damage did Stalin's manifesto do, or Marx's work do, right? Or anybody's work. Books do more. There's a reason why the Nazis burned books.
Right.
They didn't burn books because ink is harmless. They didn't burn books because ideas are harmless. And to quote one of my favorite speakers, Steve Bannon, tongue in cheek, right? But he said something I really love. Ideas have consequences, and it's very true. Ideas have consequences, and Black people really fail to understand that. And it's one of the reasons that we no longer, one thing I can tell you about Black people, we don't think big. We don't. We're afraid to think big. We don't think, forget megalithic, on a megalithic scale. We don't even think on a large scale. We don't. But what I'm telling you is that it's not by accident, it's by design. This is all I'm trying to get you to understand, that everything that's wrong with our thinking is, we're not these naturally defective things that people want you to think we are. But what it is true is that, and we have to confront this, what is true is that we have been made into that. You understand what I'm saying? We've been made into that. We take for granted how we came up in America. We weren't raised up in America by America's best and brightest. We weren't. We were raised up in America
probably by their worst. If you're talking about the teachers in public school, they weren't the brightest.
Oh, and they're still not.
I think they're worse now.
They are. If you ever want to meet a dumb person, talk to a public school teacher. You will meet one of the dumbest people you've ever met in your. I hate to say it. Look, I hate to say it. I'm speaking for, look, I got family members. That's all I'm gonna say.
It's true.
All right.
Shout out to Medic. Appreciate you.
They dumb as the day is long. So I showed you all of this because at the end of the day, it's all about thinking. And what did Michael Bradley say in that quote? The one thing that stands out above the European, that stands out above all other races, is intellectual violence. Intellectual violence. Black people don't understand intellectual violence. You were never allowed to.
What does he mean by intellectual violence? I don't understand that.
When you understand white supremacy, and this is where you start to sound like one of these conscious so-called, I'm not going to use the word hoteps because I think that's a dirty word, but one of these conscious caricatures that they like to portray. They often use the Damon Wayans caricature of the black guy in prison who uses all these big words.
Right.
Doesn't understand what he's saying.
Yeah.
Using them all out of context, which is so hilarious.
My milk of magnesium.
Don't do it, because I'll start breaking out laughing. Seriously, I'll be trying to think, and it'll stay in my head. So we don't understand intellectual violence, right? And the reason is because, like we said before, we're thinking everything is in terms of money, not really understanding that race trumps that. And I didn't use the word Trump by accident. Race trumps that. If you think race doesn't trump that, then you're not paying attention to what's going on in politics right now. You're really not paying attention to it. DEI is not about class. DEI, the DEI war or the war on DEI is not about class. That's about race. Okay? And truthfully speaking, well, you know what it's all about, don't you? The whole thing is this. Everything is all concentrated on one thing. This is the way they work. They concentrate on one thing and they reverse engineer their way to it, right? So what they've done is, so okay, if you're an Elon Musk and these people have your ear and they say, well, Elon, we need you to solve our problem, because that's all engineers do, is solve problems. They say, we have a race problem in America. Black people are taking over, blah, 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 blah. And with them, here's the problem. When they say black people are taking over, they're also going to end that with, and with that is coming along all of these ideologies of the left and the woke. This is what they just said. Black people are taking over, and with that comes along this ideology, this woke ideology, right?
Mm-hmm.
They didn't say that the woke or the left or the liberals are taking over, and with that comes blackness, comes this, comes that. They don't look at it like that.
Mm.
They look at it as black people are taking over, and with that comes this, comes that, comes this, that, and the third.
Mm-hmm.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So we need you to solve our problems. So Elon Musk, being an engineer, is going to say, okay, we'll go to first principles, right? What is your biggest problem? That black people have too much, what's the word that I'm looking for? They have too much maneuverability, right? And anytime you have an adversary that has too much maneuverability, the first thing you got to do is you have to restrict their movement.
Yeah.
You have to restrict their you have to constrict and restrict their movement,
Right.
or their ability to maneuver.
Yeah.
So the first way we do that, the way we hem them in, is through the law. So we have to backtrack to where we were at our most vulnerable. We were at our most vulnerable in the civil rights movement in the 1960s.
Mm.
This is the way white people are looking at it.
Mm-hmm.
So they said, okay, we have to start with a shitload of reversing the laws. Let's start with Roe versus Wade, right?
Okay.
The whole abortion thing. Let's start with that. Let's get that overturned.
Right.
Okay, we got that overturned. So now we got to go back to the one, or we have to go. Okay, we did that. So reversing Roe versus Wade was practice.
Mm.
It was practice for what? If we got Roe versus Wade overturned,
Civil
that
Rights
means
Act.
we could get gay marriage overturned,
Okay.
right? So
Okay.
right, let's get gay marriage overturned. What was that? That was practice on top of practice.
Mm.
You practiced with one, you achieved it. Now you have practiced with another one. Now you got compounded practice.
Right.
The momentum of that compounded practice is going to help you undo the main one that you really want to do, and that's the 1964 Civil Rights Act. That is the one that they're after.
Right.
That is the one, and that's why with his executive order reinstating segregation, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, the segregation that, I mean, it's very simple. The word segregation is nothing but a synonym for the word divide.
Mm.
What is the oldest book in the world when you want to conquer?
The Bible.
Divide and conquer.
Oh.
Divide and conquer.
Yeah.
That's what they're doing. They're divvying up things in a way that's how power works.
Correct.
Divide and conquer.
Mm-hmm.
When power wants to move through something, it divides it. Period.
Mm-hmm.
You know, believe me, go stand in front of a truck. Watch how divided you get. Okay? One of your arms will be over there. The other one will be over. Go stand in front of a train. That's even better.
Mm.
Watch how divided you get.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? That's how power works.
Mm-hmm.
So until black people are able to think collectively in those terms, see, black people don't understand power. What do we always try to do? Unify.
Mm.
Unify. Well, unify, yes, at one end of the spectrum. But if you're not dividing at the other end of the spectrum, then you don't understand how power works
Mm-hmm.
and what's supposed to be going on. There has to be some division going on,
Correct.
right? So who are you trying to divide? Who are we trying to divide?
Got to draw the line.
Nobody.
Saying.
Black people ain't trying to divide nobody.
That's true. That's true.
And what does that tell you? That they have no interest in power at all.
Mm.
At all. Where's the campaign to divide the whites within the ranks of Christian nationalism, of the white right, of any of that stuff? There's no protocol afoot to divide them.
Mm.
So you have to really wonder, who are your leaders and what the fuck are they doing?
Mm-hmm.
Who are you people? What are you doing? Let me show you this. I told you, I lied to you. I lied to you on purpose because I was practicing for, it's a bit of practice for my upcoming presentation on with my platform. And my plan was to lie to them. Unfortunately, if they see this, they're gonna know the jig is up because they're gonna have seen this, right? Here it is. Let me close this, right? Let me show you this. Watch. Okay, so let me come here. Watch this. I showed you all of those think tanks. Watch. Here we go. Okay, can you see this?
Yep.
List of white think tanks, right?
Mm-hmm.
For those of you who are watching, that's my platform, Facts Over Feelings with Shakka Ahmose. Please feel free to check me out sometimes. Come on over. Glad to have you. Right? List of white think tanks. I listed them all. Now, I asked you, how many black think tanks are there? I could ask everybody in your audience right now, how many black think tanks are there? They're going to be like, They're going to name 2. If you're really doing your research, you're going to name 2. Why? Because in order for you to find out how many there actually are, you have to actually do the due diligence. And here they are. The ones that they actually are right. Hold on one second. Oh, look at this. Hold on. I showed you 10. Watch this. List of white think tanks. I wasn't even finished.
Mm.
Look at this. Let's do this. Heritage Foundation #1, but let's leave Heritage Foundation off. American Enterprise Institute, Cato Institute, Claremont Institute, Ethics and Public Policy Center, Federalist Society, Hoover Institution, Manhattan Institute, Heartland Institute, Texas Public Policy Foundation, Center for Renewing America, America First Policy Institute, Competitive Enterprise Institute, American Principles Project, State Policy Network. Each of these organizations operates as a think tank rather than a foundation, advocacy group, or activist organization. And why is that important? Because when you go looking for black think tanks and other kind of think tanks, what you're going to discover is that many of the organizations that they throw in there are actually not think tanks, but they are foundations, advocacy groups, and activist organizations. They are not think tanks. The American Philosophical Society and the Dry Club, those were think tanks that led to your founding fathers and the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution. Do you understand what I'm telling you?
Yeah.
Those were think tanks. This is the source that white people draw on for their power. They draw on concepts, frameworks, and think tanks that you will never be exposed to, that you are not supposed to know about. How do I know? Because it was not a part of your education. Not in junior high school, or primary school. It was not. You were taught that George Washington chopped down the cherry tree and said, I can't tell a lie, I chopped the tree down. That's all the fuck you was taught. Period.
Yeah.
Nobody told you about the Dry Club. Nobody told you about the American Philosophical Society. Nobody explained to you what's actually going on in the Constitution, the use of the language and what it actually means, how it does not apply to you or me, that it only applies to a specific class of people. And they know that, which is why all you and me have are civil rights. What are the kind of rights that white people enjoy in America that you and me don't have?
I don't know.
You see, most people who think they know what they're talking about. Oh, let me finish reading this real fast. Each of these organizations operates as a think tank rather than a foundation, advocacy group, or activist organization. They conduct research, they craft policy recommendations, and what? Look at this. Influence legislation. That means the laws that you have to answer to. Often working alongside heritage in a coordinated manner. the Heritage Foundation. This is what you're up against every night. When you're going to a bodega and you're buying something to drink, or you're getting on the subway, or you're driving your car, or you're getting on the bus, whatever it is you're doing, you're taking your kids to school, and there. This is the nightmare that you're up against. These are the people that are working on bonding, putting your ass back in the fields. It's not a joke. If you think it's a joke, ask these immigrants how they feel right now, because they thought it was a joke. You saw them during the election. Oh, we voted for Trump. Yeah, they playing the music, they dancing. I saw it. You thought it was a fucking joke. Look how jokes end when you think it's a joke. But the most beautiful part is that black people think that that does not apply to them. You think as long as you think it's a joke, it can't happen. Okay, keep thinking it's a joke. When gay marriage is overturned like they're doing right now in Tennessee and a few other places in the country, oh yeah, you didn't see the videos with the homosexuals that are on social media right now? They said they're more scared now than ever before because of these the gay marriage laws are being overturned. Yes, and they're going to succeed. Don't think they're not going to succeed. And if they succeeded with Roe versus Wade, nobody saw that coming. And when they did it, everybody's jaw was hanging down. Oh, people are going to be having abortions in the alley using coat hangers like they used to do back in the 30s and the 40s. Yeah, but you thought elections were a joke. You thought it was all just nice pantsuits, hairstyle. We're going to be able to say, yeah, we did it, we did. You thought it was a joke. So now that Roe versus Wade has been overturned, and now that they're going to overturn gay marriage, you think that overturning the 1964 Civil Rights Act is impossible and not going to happen. And I know that you think it's a joke because 99.9% of the people watching me right now are going to do nothing, absolutely zero, to turn that ship around or to counter that effort. You look, you know it, and I know it. Our greatest enemy is not white people, and it's not even these think tanks. Our greatest enemy is our own indifference and our own inability to stop what the fuck we're doing, or at least schedule in some meeting time to save ourselves. There's no... Do you know why there's no effort to save ourselves? There's no real, genuine effort to save ourselves because we're comfortable being a passenger in the trailer behind the car. We're comfortable being a spare wheel on the trailer that is attached to the car that we're not even a passenger in. We're comfortable with that.
Damn.
We're comfortable with it. Let the white man keep driving. We'll be fine. Let him fight our wars. He knows what to do. Most people want to come to this country because they feel safer being under the most vicious thing on this planet. I'd rather be a member of the country doing the bombing than a member of the country being bombed. They want to hide under the white man's viciousness and violence. Feel protected. Daddy, that was the Cuban perspective. Daddy has control. We put Trump in the White House. Daddy has control. Okay. But there's only one problem with that formula. Daddy's a cannibal. He eats his own. You don't believe me? Look at all of these white folks that are having nervous breakdowns right now. Look at all these white folks losing their jobs. Federal workers, bye-bye. Do you know how many homes are being foreclosed on right now? How many mortgages are not going to be able to be paid off right now? Interest rates don't even matter. It's an inconsequential subject matter. These people are trying to figure out how they're going to put food in the fridge and gas in the car. They can't even worry about the big things. Ghetto America just increased exponentially. and the complexion of it has lightened exponentially. Yes. I'm not grown, big ass football player men on social media crying because they can't find sympathy any other place. This is some real shit. It's very real. But one of the main things, and I hate to say it, there's a reason why you people like you and I are in a hard place. Because we are conservative. We do believe in the differences between men and women. We respect them.
Mm-hmm.
And in fact, how crazy is that?
That's even a subject.
That's a problem, that we respect the differences between men and women.
Right.
Most people, so the opposite, the other side, the so-called liberal side, the left, the extreme left, they don't want to respect the differences between men and women. They want you, because you can only have two options. You either respect the differences between men and women, or you what? What's the opposite of respect?
Disrespect.
There you go. Or you disrespect the differences between men and women. Why should any rational society think that it's okay to disrespect the differences between men and women? Why is that acceptable? And when you begin to speak this way, that's where they put labels on you. When you speak rationally, they use this doublespeak, this politically loaded language that is really nonsensical. They use fake forms of logic, fake forms of rationale. I saw this one woman who referred to the judge, a male judge, as Madam Judge. Right? That's what she said. She said to the male judge, she said, "Well, yes, Madam Judge, I respect." He was like, "Excuse me?" She said, "Yes, Madam Judge." He said, "That's sir." You could say sir, or you could say Your Honor. I'm not a madam. And she said, "Oh, now all of a sudden pronouns matter." Do you see how she used a false, reverse, poor excuse for logic to try to highlight a mute point that she did not have to begin with?
Right.
The pronoun that you sought to use was not in alignment with his sex.
Right.
With his sex.
Right.
That's not calling him sir is not an arbitrary pronoun. Right? It's an observation that you are in your right mind and that you can see what's in front of you. Unless you want us to walk in front of a green wall and call it red. For you. To suit you. You want everybody to conform. And then what that is that's another form of power dynamics. When you can get someone to call a man a woman, right? That means you want to change the definition of what a woman is. Power is the ability to define and have others accept your definition as if it were their own. So this whole thing with the pronoun game has nothing to do with sex. It has everything to do with power. Right? And once you begin to deal with people who have a history and a tradition of managing power, they're only going to tolerate that but so long. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They're only going to tolerate it. It's like walking into a community that is traditionally manned by gangs, right? In other words, you can walk into a neutral neighborhood and say, I don't know, you can walk into a neutral neighborhood, say in Milwaukee or Pennsylvania. You can walk into a black community, a neutral neighborhood, no big deal. You think you can walk like that in Compton? You think you can walk like that in Oakland? In certain areas of California? You think you can just walk around in gangs that are in neighborhoods that are traditionally manned by gangs? No. Because when you walk into communities where power has been traditionally managed, right, by certain constituencies, and those constituencies are present and they can make their power felt, you don't think, you can only get away with so much there, but so long. That's the point that I'm making to you. Before that intelligence, if you will, seeks to assert itself, before that interest seeks to assert itself. You think I'm joking? There's places in Compton I wish you would go and try to get a burger. See if you live long enough to get that burger. See if you live long enough to get that burger. Especially if you're not from there. What happened to that rapper, that tall, slender rapper that went to go get something to eat? He was with his girl, and she put her location online, doing a live, and they rolled up on him and murked him.
Pop Smoke?
Yeah. Not Pop Smoke, the other one.
Nipsey Hussle?
Nah, it was another one. This young, tall, slender, light-skinned rapper. I forgot his name. I forget his name.
Oh, yeah, they were. I think they were at Roscoe's. PNB Rock. PNB Rock.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. But that's California. You can't just roll out there wearing stuff like, nah. In New York, ain't nobody gonna mess with you in New York. New York is a different kind of place. You know what I mean? If you're a buster and people look at you and they know you a buster, then yeah, all right, maybe something can happen. People know a Vic when they see a Vic. I'm using old school terms.
Right.
People know a Vic when they see a Vic. Right? So, but it's the same thing. You got to look at the white power structure. You have to look at the trad white power structure the same way. The trad white power structure has a history of managing or manning power. Right? When you say, who is manning that gun? Who is manning that ship? Right? There's a reason why there's the word man there. Man is the root word and all of that. Okay? So I'm going to respect the difference between men and women because I know there are things that women can do that I can't do. I can't give birth. I can't get pregnant. I'm not trying to. Can you imagine meeting a man that wants to get pregnant? Think about that. Stop. Think about that for a second. Can you imagine meeting a man? Hold on, watch this. This is where all of this bullshit goes out the window with this trans shit. What man wants to have a period? What man wants to have PMS, a premenstrual cycle, every month? What man wants to have cramps? What is wrong? Something has to be truly, truly wrong with you. You understand what I'm saying?
Psychological dysfunction.
No, it's deeper than that. It's not even a psychological dysfunction. It's a total denial of reality because you're not even factoring in those things. It shows that you don't respect women. Your idea of what it means to be a woman is superficial. There is no doctor breathing or living that can make a man into a woman. The only way that you think that a doctor can make a man into a woman is if you don't know what a woman is. And when you see Black women in support of all of this trans bullshit, it shows you part of the psychological dysfunction in our communities that we still have to overcome. I'm telling you something.
Black women supporting the trans identity. It's not good. That's not okay. That's not okay for them to affirm the lives of the identity, the right to identify.
Unfortunately, Black women have issues that we have yet to discuss because we're made to feel as if we're not to have honest discourse about their own maladies when it comes to how they've been socialized to relate to power. Remember I told you they have a lot of legitimate gripes?
Mm-hmm.
Black women have a lot of legitimate gripes. But the other side of those legitimate gripes is the fallout of all of those needs that were not met historically, traditionally, even up to today.
Mm-hmm.
So those needs that were not met, they give rise to aberration, disfigurement, things blown out of proportion. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And it not only that, but it also, how can I put this? There's a contamination that takes place. Let me give you an example of what I mean. In various domains of life, it's appropriate for the presence of certain things. Now, if it's true that in various domains of life, it's appropriate for the presence of certain things, that means adversely, in various domains of life, it's inappropriate for certain things. Right?
Yeah.
One of the things that is inappropriate is introducing emotion into not even just emotions, but even morals. Introducing emotion and morals into arenas where emotion and morality is not applicable.
Mm.
You understand what I'm saying?
Like, what
And
is a
this
man and what is a woman?
No, not even just that. Just when it comes to matters of war, things of that nature. Right? War, power, inflicting damage.
Yeah.
That was one of the reasons that many men, Hispanic, or people who may subscribe to a certain a concept or idea of machismo or masculinity, that was one of the things that worked against the interest of Kamala Harris in attempting to assume the presidency, because people were not comfortable with a woman being commander-in-chief.
Right.
Because traditionally, women do not have a track record of waging successful warfare. I didn't say that they never did. I didn't say it's never happened. I didn't say there's no historical record of it. What I said is that it is not tradition. And most people, most countries, most nations are governed by tradition or even above law.
Mm-hmm.
Which is the reason why even in our country, common law rivals and parallels state law. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Right? Or federal law. Right? They have to coexist. Common law, for the most part, is a product of tradition. But it is tradition in many respects that initially served as law. So you can't undermine tradition. You can't dismiss tradition, because dismissing tradition could get you lynched, can cause you to lose a presidency. It could cause all kind of havoc and chaos in your life as it relates to power. You understand what I'm saying?
Yep.
So there are a whole lot of things that were dismissed out of hand and out of hat by the Kamala Harris campaign that would have always kept her from the presidency. Just things that she did not have the presence of mind to address and give people the security of knowing this. Listen, I understand that this might be a concern of yours. Let me show you we got that covered. Let me show you what my approach to that is going to be in the event of. Because I know that this is how you see things. There was never no addressing any of that. You thought you were going to take a woman's rights approach to the office of commander-in-chief?
Correct.
That tells me that you're fucking stupid.
Mm-hmm.
You're the kind of person, a person that would do that is the kind of person that would go to the fucking zoo and jump in the cage with the fucking polar bear. Because you just wanted to have a story to tell. Well, I did it. I did it. Stupid motherfucker. That's the kind of person that would do that.
So why are black women supporting the whole trans movement?
Black women support the trans movement for the same reason that they're always quick to stand up for homosexuality. Right? If you notice, the whole thing about homosexuality in all of its myriad of expressions is always an aberration of something feminine.
Yeah.
Always. No matter if it's homosexuality between men, it still takes on a feminine identity.
Correct.
Right? If it's homosexuality between women, it's still a reinforcement of feminine identity.
In fact,
in other
gay
words,
men tend to act like black women when they want to express their gayness.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
So the whole thing is based in a feminine ideology.
Mm-hmm.
And like most people it's human nature to covet power. But because of the tradition, when we talked about tradition a moment ago, because of the traditional role that women play in the hierarchy, particularly black women, the role that they play in the hierarchy of life, they have to see their power expressed on dysfunctional levels. But they still see it as a replication and expansion of themselves. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's something that they can relate to.
Okay.
They can relate to it far more and much more so than a heterosexual man. Now, don't get me wrong. I tell people all the time, let me make something very clear. Shakka Ahmose is extremely homophobic, if you need to use that term. Because I know that's a term that people use. But here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. I might be homophobic. Well, I'm definitely that, right? I might be, I'm not even going to use the word phobic. I'm homosexuality averse, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm trans averse, right? I'm averse to these things. I don't fear them. I'm averse to them.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe I should fear them. Maybe I should be phobic about them because of their destructive qualities, right? They had their destructiveness in that.
Yeah.
But here's the thing, though. You know what supersedes that? And this is what Americans have to remember. In other words, if you have an issue with transsexuals, if you have an issue with homosexuals, there is a legitimate way that there is to go about contending against those worldviews and those lifestyles. I'm a firm believer there's a right way and a wrong way to do everything. My issue with many on the right is that you can give all of this well thought out energy to this over here, but you can't give well thought out energy to how to deal with this issue over here. All you could do is take a sledgehammer to this. All you could do is just be rude and be insensitive and be unempathetic. That's the only way you know how to deal with these people over here. Because at the end of the day, no matter how much we disagree with their ideologies and their worldview and their approach, they are still human beings. You understand what I'm saying? They're still human beings.
Yeah.
Period. The same God that made you made them. With all of their dysfunction and with all of their wrong approaches, with all of their horrible ideas about approaches to life, right? They're still human beings. And the thing that I always look at is this, because I understand how fascism works. The reason why you better stand up, not in every context, but in certain contexts, the reason why you better stand up for the trans community, for the homosexual community, for all these other people that we don't like, because I know I don't particularly care for none of them people. But I know this. I know that when you come from my neighbor, you're coming for me next. And that is the one thing that a person who is thinking and sentient and cognizant in their thinking should always be cognizant of. You should always have that presence of mind. Wait a minute. If they come for them, what's to stop them from coming for me?
Right.
You know what that means? Whether you like it or not, everybody is going to need everybody in the face of fascism. Period. My thing is, you should be intelligent enough to be able to defeat those deviant ideologies and those deviant approaches to life. You should be able to defeat that with intelligence.
Right.
It's like a parent who beats their child or whips their child. Anytime I see a parent doing that, you know what that tells me? Oh, you couldn't even outthink the kid. You didn't even have the brain capacity to outthink the child.
Correct.
You had to resort to brute force. Power's a mind game. You don't have enough intellectual resource in your mind to outthink the child to get them to do what you want. You got to beat them. You got to smack them. You got to hit them. You got to abuse them. No, outthink the child. It's that simple.
Yep.
And that's what the right fails to do, right? But here's the thing, and this is where black people are irresponsible. And this is what I was talking about, the origin of wokeness. And because my time is winding down, I'm going to get to the origin of wokeness now. So pay close attention. And if anything you need to bookmark or earmark, let me know that I may have missed something, because I know how I can be sometimes.
Okay.
Is there anything you have bookmarked that
I covered all my earmarks.
All right, wonderful.
Yep.
All right, let me prepare myself to do this.
Shout out to people tuning in. We got 164 over on YouTube. How many we got over on Kick, y'all? I can't see it. How many we got on Kick? Shout out to Renee Graphics Guy. Appreciate you, brother. Best in the business. Y'all need graphics, holla at Graphics Guy Renee. That's what's up. That's what's up.
You can shout out to $Shakka Ahmose.
$Shakka Ahmose. $Shakka Ahmose. Make sure y'all show love. Somebody type it in the chat, please.
That's what's up. All right. So the origin of wokeness, and you need to understand, this is very important. When people look at black people as the ambassadors of wokeness, when the white people on the right see us as a threat, they see us as a threat, a greater threat, perhaps, than we would normally present to them, because they see us as ambassadors and enablers of what has come to be defined as wokeness, right?
Mm-hmm.
What they include in that demographic are the transsexual community, right? The trans community,
Mm-hmm.
the LGBTQ community, Marxists, socialists, so on and so on, right? Liberals, so on and so on.
Mm-hmm.
Anti-capitalists, pro-regulation, blah, 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 blah.
Mm-hmm.
But they ain't even thinking pro-regulation when it comes to woke. Well, actually, to a degree it is, because they would include climate change and all of that too.
Okay.
Right? But here's the thing, and this is where black people fail. Black people fail because of one thing and one thing only. And this is always going to kick your ass. And I know you don't care, and I know you're not going to pay attention, and I know you're not going to speak to it in your own circles. But I'm going to say it anyway. You keep allowing your interest as a race to be hijacked by other people's proclivities and preoccupations, even within your own groups. What do I mean by that? The push for black people to receive equal protection under the law, which is what the civil rights movement was all about, right? That was sidestepped into integration, because the civil rights movements did not start because of integration. That was performative. That was to give you something visual to look at. It was good for the camera. The 1964 Civil Rights Act, if you just look at the bus boycotts in Montgomery, Alabama, and elsewhere, Being able to sit where you wanted to sit on the bus had nothing to do with integration, though it could be defined as integration. And what it is it's taking a situation and it's highlighting an aspect of that situation and making it the priority as opposed to just the fundamentality of the situation itself.
Mm-hmm.
That's the game, the hair that was split, that was played on black people. Black people were not interested in integrating with white people. We enjoyed going to the movie theater and having our own section. Right? The black section and the white section. We was up in the balcony, y'all was down in the bottom. We got to be able to spit on y'all, throw stuff on y'all, and all that other shit. Right? I'm just joking. So, but the point I'm making is that, like this girl said the other day, y'all bringing back segregation? Thank God we could finally have clean bathrooms again. Right? Right? So, it was not ever about integration. Your movement got hijacked by black people who had their own sexual agendas, who wanted to integrate sexually and romantically because they had achieved a certain class in society, in entertainment and in academics. They had achieved a certain class that put them in proximity to white people and made them white adjacent. But they were unable to intermingle sexually with the women that they were falling in love with and the men that they were falling in love with. And what they did was they included their sexual proclivities into our movement for racial equal protection under the law. Because from my perspective, one thing had nothing to do with the other. And if we say one thing had nothing to do with the other, let me be clear what I mean by that. What I mean by that is when black people were looking for equal protection under the law, it was so that the same laws that applied to our white countrymen applied to us.
Right.
The same opportunity under the law that applied to them applied to us.
Right.
That we should not be molested by the law or penalized by the law based on the color of our skin for things that they are able to do, for wanting to do things that they are able to do, go swimming in a swimming pool or use public facilities, right? While equal protection under the law would have made, how can I put this? It would have made integration, what's the word that I'm looking for? It would have made, integration would have been a natural byproduct of it, under equal protection under the law.
Mm-hmm.
But to push integration just for the sake of integration, that was never the original intent.
Correct.
It was never the original intent. And you tried it with busing. I was one of the kids you tried it with. My first years in school was spent in white schools in Bensonhurst in Brooklyn. White neighborhood, super uber duper white. Where they would kill you. Look what happened to Yusuf Hawkins for being in Bensonhurst with a white girl. That's where my first years in school started at. We had to get up extra early in the morning just to drive across Brook. We had to get up at 5:30 a.m. The sun was still down. Just to go to, I remember that. My first years in first grade at PS 230s in Bensonhurst. We had to be up at 5:30 in the morning to be ready by 6 to be downstairs to get the bus by 7. It was still dark out. And we'd go across town and you'd go into the school and it was nothing but white. I'm talking ice white. You would have thought you was in the North Pole. It was white. And I remember that, sitting in class. I may have been the only black kid in there.
Damn.
There have been one or two other black kids. I remember that. And my sister had to fight every day. My older sister, She had to fight every day, but she wasn't fighting the white girls. She was fighting the other black girls on the school bus on the way out there because they didn't like her. If you knew my older sister, you would understand why. Right? She's always had a problem with people liking her. But I think it's a Leo thing. Nobody likes Leos.
Facts. Ain't that the truth? I can't stand them.
I can't stand them with a passion. And nature has seen fit to surround me with them, right?
Same.
You know what I'm saying? Because you can't tell them shit. You can't tell them nothing.
Can't tell them shit.
Can't tell them nothing. And so, and if teaching is your main gift, you're kind of useless in their life.
Useless.
Like, what do you need me for?
Exactly.
And what do I need you for? You're just luggage.
Exactly. Exactly.
Right? So I said all that to say that black people allowed other black people to attach their individual proclivities and interests to a struggle that should have just been a general struggle based on one thing, and that was our race. Right? If your goal was to be able to date white women and have sex with white women because you were making films with them or because you were in the universities with them and you wanted to you wanted all of the accoutrements of white society. And here's the thing. It wasn't like it would have been the first time that black people had access to that. Because if you discover the early history of this country, right, particularly during and after the American Revolution, when certain states had slavery as a matter of fact of law and other states did not, you had many free blacks in America who had white wives. Most people don't know that. Blacks and whites, black husbands and white wives were a thing in America early on. Okay, so were white husbands and black wives. It was a thing early on in America amongst free people. It wasn't until the laws became racially suppressive. That was a process. It was a process. It was an economic process. Right? The worst thing ever happened to black people was the inventing of the cotton gin. Do you know why?
No, why?
Prior to the inventing of the cotton gin, slavery was abating. It was abating because of the industrial ascendancy of the North. The industrial ascendancy of Northern manufacturing was, because it was ran by machines, began to far outperform anything that was going on in the South.
Right.
With the invention of the cotton gin, all of a sudden, you could do things with cotton and manufacture on a level that you could not even have been able. It was like the AI of cotton.
Right.
So now all of a sudden, cotton had a new value it prior to did not have because of the cost of manufacture or labor, or not even it wasn't a real cost. Well, there was still cost of labor. You still had to feed your slaves, still had to clothe them, so on and so on.
Right.
But with the advent of the cotton gin, all of a sudden slavery became the new gold rush. It became a new gold rush, and it was under that. It was in that context. In fact, let me just look and ascertain something. Hold on one second. Let me see.
So just to rehash while he's looking that up, integration was an agenda by individuals who had sexual proclivities for so-called white individuals. And because they had these own individual intentions, they laid them over our greater intention.
Well, yeah, let's just be honest about it. You had black men that wanted to marry white women, people like Martin Luther King Jr., people like Harry Belafonte, people, all of these different black luminaries, Sammy Davis Jr., right, who was really the leader of that in many respects, right? Frederick Douglass, he had already gone on by then, but he was another one, with his white wife. And it's so amazing how our brother Umar Johnson, his claim to fame is being a descendant. He's the king of Pan-Africanism. His claim to fame is being the descendant of Frederick Douglass, who left a black woman for a white wife. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I don't know.
And then not only that, he was our brother Umar. I gotta admit, as much as I might talk shit about Umar, I love Umar. It's hard not to. How can you not love Umar? I mean, there are certain things that I don't like about him with respect to his economic, his entrepreneurial endeavors, right? The marketing of his entrepreneurial endeavors, those things are, they left a bad taste in my mouth. But as far as like a person, somebody who I could sit down and really have a good dinner with and a good conversation with would be Umar Johnson, no question about it. And we've met one another before, right? We met through a mutual acquaintance. And not only that, there were times when I came to his aid when he was being attacked by other people. But, and I refused to join in on it because there were people that tried to recruit me to actually go hard at Umar, and I refused to do that. Just because I might have my critiques of the brother, and I certainly do, and they're justified, and they stand on their own merit, but I'm not his enemy. There's a difference. There's a difference, a fine line you have to walk. I'm not his enemy. And I'm not going to allow you to make me his enemy. I'm not going to allow you to use me against him. Not going to happen, right? Not going to happen. So, or about against really any other brother for that matter, if I can avoid it. But the other contingency were the black homosexuals around the civil rights movement. Oh, what I was saying the other day was that Umar Johnson was on some platform talking about black leaders who you kind of had to like they were black leaders, but you had to hold their feet to the fire because they had white wives. And he named Ivan Van Sertima, Sheikh Anta Diop, and a few other ones. He left out everybody except his claim to fame, which was Frederick Douglass.
Yeah.
And I said, how you going to sit here and call out black leaders with white wives and you forget to name Frederick Douglass? The one who you claim your lineage from. That was very, very selective.
Yeah.
Which tells me that when you tell the truth, you only tell convenient truth. You don't tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth. Right? So I got to be careful when I'm listening to you. I got to take what you say with a grain of salt. Right? So that was in the civil rights movement, you had people who had hijacked the movement with their class status that the white hegemony in society would give access to. Remember, power is all about access, right? Martin Luther King could get access that Fred Hampton could not get, right? Hell, he could get access that Stokely Carmichael couldn't get, right? Because there was a certain amount of access that you had by virtue of the relationship, the historical relationship between black pastors and preachers and the government. Black pastors and preachers were the boule. They were government appointed boule for black people. Anytime whites wanted to impose policy, hidden or unhidden, amongst black people, they would use the pastors to introduce it, but especially politically, they would use the pastors as the linchpin with which to control us and with which to manipulate us. You follow?
Yeah.
So with that relationship, the pastors, particularly Martin in this particular context, because Martin Luther King replaced a pastor in his own church who had been leading the civil rights movement. His message was very different from Martin's. And in fact, his message was the same message that Martin assumed when he got killed. See, Martin came about over time, right? He came around over time. But many of these individuals, their thing was they wanted to be able to move like white men in a white, racist, segregated society.
Right.
They want, and I'm talking about from a romantic perspective. You better remember that, because when you have all of the success in the world and you're at your prime, when you want to screw everything that's moving, which is a natural thing. If you're a man, it's natural. When you're going, well, I think it's natural. When you're going through that period and you're looking at all of the barriers, all of the obstructions, all of the things that are telling you, no, here you are, Sammy Davis Jr., you're on top of the world, the #1 celebrity in the world, and you still got to walk through the back door of the restaurant, and you still can't sleep in the same hotel with Frank Sinatra, right? You still have to walk in through the Negro entrance in Las Vegas, right? So you're still stuck in Jim Crow, romantically, sexually. And that's where a lot of these guys were coming from. It's not an easy thing to say, but when you look at the data and you look at their history and you look at the things that emotionally impacted them, right? Harry Belafonte had quite a few kids. They all got white mothers. And look, listen, that's not an aspersion against him. Right. I've met some of his children. I think they're absolutely wonderful. I think they're absolutely beautiful and wonderful as human beings. And I have nothing but the greatest of respect for them. I'm not confusing one part of the conversation with the other. But we have to be able to speak about these things freely and truthfully amongst ourselves without fear of being judged. We're not judging them. I'm not judging them. I'm just saying what happened.
Right.
And if you don't take accountability for what happened, it is going to happen again and again and again. And if you guys are okay with that, just don't complain when it happens. I don't want to hear it.
Right.
I don't care, because I'm trying to let you know these are issues that you fail to address. The other contingency were the black homosexuals who infused and interjected their sexual proclivities within the thrust of that movement, namely James Baldwin and Beard Rustin. They had a desire for white men. They both had white lovers, male lovers. And they felt that, and Beard Rustin was very strong about it, that after we achieve the color bar, the next is the sexual bar. Right? So somebody can say, well, yeah, freedom is freedom. And to a degree, they're right. The whole, the pursuit of happiness is enshrined in the Constitution. The liberal pursuit of happiness is enshrined in the Constitution. And people enjoying the liberties of this country have every right to pursue happiness. But if you're going to be a literalist and you're going to take your freedoms from the Constitution, remember when I said to you that black people and white people don't have the same rights? There are specific rights that the founders of this country have that black people today do not have. Do you know what they're called? They're called natural rights. Natural rights. And when you read the wording of those documents, they say that the founders are justified, the pursuit of happiness is justified in favor of the founders or in the interest of the founders. The pursuit of happiness is justified by what? Their natural rights. Which means that any of the rights that you are expressing must first be deemed as natural, not unnatural. And this is part of the reasoning that they're using to overturn gay marriage right now. It's coming out of a true understanding of what the Constitution actually said and what the Bill of Rights said. But since most black people ain't never read the Constitution and most black people ain't never read the Bill of Rights, it's in most black, where's mine? Where's mine? What's up? I can't live? Ooh, that's cold-blooded. In my face, huh? That's all right. That's all right. Who I got to know to get one of those?
Is this the origin of wokeness?
Well, the origin of wokeness, yes, it's part of it.
Okay.
The origin of wokeness I'm gonna have to wrap it up anyway. The origin of wokeness comes here. I just illustrated for you how people with interests other than racial hijacked our racial movements in order to get their agendas pushed through. Do you understand?
Yeah.
And it was not just black people with their different romantic and sexual proclivities. It was also other creeds, people like Jewish people. They did the same thing. They also hijacked our movement. It's the same way immigrants come to this country and are able to engage or embrace or are able to pursue certain opportunities by base of our struggle, by as a result of the things that we did in this country. Laws that we fought to have passed in this country enables them to come here and pursue things, but they look down on us. They look down on us now, realizing that we are the reason that this extra latitude of freedom even exists here. Right? So the same way they hijack it in an indirect way, other people hijacked our thrust for legal protection and legal opportunities under the law. They hijacked that for their own agenda.
Right.
The same way they did it in the 60s is the same way they did it in the early 2000s. Once the whole gay marriage thing got pushed and it began to become normalized, which allowed for other things to become normalized, the trans stuff and all of that. I don't really get into the whole LGBT thing. I just say the homosexual movement. It's all a homosexual movement in some form or another, right? So the whole homosexual movement, once it became legitimized via the government, right, and legislated, once it had legislative legitimacy, the worldview itself began to be normalized through media. Oh, okay, we'll use Yarvin's term, right? The cathedral, right? The media, academia, all of this other stuff, right? Which I don't think is a bad term, right? I could quote someone who I think is an idiot. They still have usage terminology. Yeah, look, you have brilliant idiots and you have stupid idiots. All idiots are not created equal. I should know I'm one, but that's not the point. Right? So I said all of that to say that in the current iteration of what took place in the 60s, in the current iteration, when through the passage of gay marriage and through the passage and through the normalization of the homosexual worldview, what ended up happening is that worldview was given voice backed up by power, and it began to seek out ideologies within its own community that they saw as being anti-them.
Right.
All right? It's the same way that the white right seeks out ideologies within its own racial community and seeks to neutralize them. Right? It seeks to neutralize them, undermine them, and neutralize them. Right? You got to remember, the ultimate enemy to white ideology or to white supremacist ideologues, the ultimate enemy to white supremacist ideologues is not black people. It's white people who disagree with them. That's who their greatest ire is for. That's who their greatest anger is for. Most people don't know that. Most people really don't understand that. Right? Most people don't understand how many white people were lynched in this country. They don't. They talk about black people. You need to do the research on how many white people were lynched in this country. That's what you really need to look at.
Mm.
They don't want to talk about that. What you don't want to think? I'm gonna tell you something about black people. We have a very, very narrow view of history in this country when it comes to race and slavery and things like that. We look at everything from a very subjective perspective, right?
Yep.
You ever see like a family that has 3 children and one of the children, everything is only how they see it? It's like, yeah, but me, but I, and me. That's black people. That's black people. That's black people.
Mm-hmm.
But me, but I, but this is what, like nothing else was happening to anybody else. Nobody else was going through shit. Nobody else was being exterminated. No, nobody, just black people. That's black people. And the problem with that is that it's not that your gripes are not justified. It's not that your pain should not be respected, and our pain should not be respected. It's just that you got to put it in context for it to make sense, especially if you're trying to get other people to see things your way.
Right.
If you're trying to negotiate some shit and you're trying to get allies or you're trying to get your point across, even just trying to be understood, at the end of the day, it's selling. You're trying to sell your point. If you're trying to sell your point, you got to contextualize it so that the person on the other end who you want to buy it, right, they can see themselves in it. They can see where they fit in it. But you can't do that if all you doing is yelling at somebody about everything they did to you, right? Oh, this is what you did to me. This is what you did to us. And that, yeah, they did it. But do you fail to realize that they did it to themselves first? Why don't you have that conversation with them? Where do you think lynching came from? That was the manner of death and taking people out in feudalistic Europe. They was lynching each other before they came over here. And you have to deal with that. The whole system of serfdom that they turned into chattel slavery, it started back over there in Europe. The word slave comes from Slav. Slav. Who are the Slavs? The Indo-Europeans of Europe. That's where the word slave comes from. That's where they had the practice of all of that. All of that shit. The Hanseatic League. You know about the Hanseatic League? But you know what? You know about the Hanseatic League? How you a venture capitalist and you don't know? These are the original capitalists of the Western world.
Damn.
These are the original venture capitalists of the Western world. Where do you think trading companies come from? When people hear trading companies, they think of a trading outpost, right? When you go and buy saddles and you go, no, you dumb motherfucker. This is where Wall Street comes from. It's an accumulation and an aggregation of all of these trading companies. That's why it's called trading. The financial community comes out of that world. The mercantile world, merchants. That's what Wall Street is. It's where the byproduct or the product of mercantilism is, what do they call it? The stock what? Exchange.
Right.
Trading and exchanging. Finance, currency. It all comes out of that. And much of it, or a significant portion of it, the economic engine of it in Europe was slavery, but not black slaves, white slaves. The Baltics and the Slavs. They enslaved the shit out of them. Sold them into North Africa as well. Sold them across Europe, into Western Europe, and into Africa. And by the time they decided to put it on your black ass, they already had all of it set up. They had all of it set up.
That's correct.
So, the point I'm making is that when you with the normalization of the homosexual community, with the passage of the gay marriage laws, it gave voice, backed up by legislation, to the homosexual community. And it proliferated their numbers because there was a recruitment process that came along with that. Many people who, quote unquote, came out of the closet begin to recruit and impose, not because they're bad people, but because they're human beings, and that's the way power works, right? Psychologies, certain psyches or certain psychologies, before we use the idea of predatory psychologies, but there's all kind of psychological uh, uh, um, entities that seek to replicate themselves. That's all it is. I use the word contamination, right? But that's what they do. They seek to increase their numbers, replicate themselves, and they do it through recruiting and grooming, or grooming and recruiting. That's what the homosexual community was deeply involved in, particularly in areas of entertainment and sports and media in general, entertainment, sports, and media, and also academia. In fact, that was where they got their first strong foothold, in academia. Right? If you look at the majority of the upper female faculty members of these universities, majority of them are lesbians.
Mm.
The majority of them are lesbians.
Mm.
Go to Santa Cruz University. Go to, particularly if you go to liberal universities, the majority of them are lesbians. Okay? You get all of these courses, the woman courses, all of the courses that people in the hard sciences like to make fun of, women's studies, and all of these things that are not really going to play a major role in the power hegemony of, I always tell people, before you start shitting on women politicians in terms of power, you better not forget Imelda Marcos. Because she was a fascist like a mother. People have forgot about her. They done forgot about Imelda Marcos. You forgot about Imelda Marcos?
I don't know nothing about what you're talking about right now.
Are you serious?
This is all foreign to me.
Bro, come on, man. How the hell you gonna forget about Imelda Marcos? Look,
I never heard of her.
Here we go. I'm gonna come here. I hope you guys remember the Philosophical Society, right? I don't know how the hell you forgot about Imelda Marcos. You don't remember this woman?
Nope.
Read it from the top.
Hold on, let me pull this up so I can see it on my side.
Here you go. I made it big.
Hold on. All right, here we go. Imelda Marcos.
Imelda Marcos. I didn't even know her name was Trinidad. Her full name was Imelda Remedios Vistacion Trinidad de Romualdez.
Is a Filipino politician who was First Lady of the Philippines from 1965 to 1986, wielded significant political power after her husband, Ferdinand Marcos, placed the country under martial law in September 1972. She is the mother of current President Bongbong Marcos.
Right. So she became a major power, bro, in the Philippines.
Mm.
A major power, right? And here's the deal. You know where she graduated from?
Where?
City College.
Right there in New York City?
New York.
Wow.
She graduated in City College. Absolutely. They didn't list it in here, but she certainly attended, right? No, forgive me, it wasn't her. It was Cory Aquino who took over after her.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Cory Aquino attended City College of New York. But this woman, you know what the main thing she was known for?
What?
Her and her husband were both fascist, but the country was basically on borderline starvation, and she had over 8 million pairs of shoes. She had a walk-in closet that was the size of a factory with nothing but shoes.
Damn.
And that's what she became famous for.
Mm.
To just show you what real despotism looks like, right?
Mm-hmm.
You got all these people suffering while you got a universe full of shoes.
Mm.
So basically, this homosexual, legislatively based demographic that we now had in America, particularly in the Black community, they begin to neutralize, and from the perspective of power, they begin to neutralize and undermine those Black ideologies that were existing prior to their prominence, prior to their coming to power. And that main one was primarily with the so-called conscious community. The conscious community was having what? The greatest what? Influence. Right? Influence is a form of what?
Power.
Power. It's always going to come back to power. And because we were having so much influence, not only were we having influence, but we were becoming very popular, right? And because we were becoming very popular, they saw that as a threat. It undermined their identity. Why? Because Kemet, classical African civilization, the one that we hold up as the highest standard, because now we're talking about standards, and power and standards have a relationship. Power and standards have a relationship. In fact, standards are usually the symbolism of power.
Okay.
That's what you call, when you see a certain symbol over a door, it's called a standard.
Yes.
When you see a certain symbol over a fireplace in a wealthy home, it's called a standard, right? It's called a coat of arms, but it's also called a standard. And what this homosexual community did was they embarked on a what do you call it? A campaign of a campaign smear, a smear campaign.
Mm-hmm.
They embarked on a smear campaign to neutralize the so-called conscious community or the Kemetic community, what I call the culturally literate Black community. The culturally literate Black community began to be undermined by them by what? You first caricaturized them, then you demeaned them, and then you made them the laughing stock. You made them a joke.
Right.
And that's what they did to diminish the prominence, the integrity of the Kemetic community. Why do you think you don't really see anybody repping Kemet anymore like that? Who do you see representing Kemet like that? Yeah, but I mean,
It's just us.
there's a reason why when I show up with my cat. There's the reason why I show up with a usek around my neck, right? Because representation matters. The Kemetic community, you can't kill this. This is not going anywhere. If you see the young boys that I'm bringing up, the youngsters that study under me, shit. And these are venture capitalists, lawyers, the corporate individuals who understand the importance of this. I hate to tell him the homosexual community, but they failed. Oh, absolutely, you failed. Uh-huh. And so it puts us, persons like you and myself, it puts us in an awkward position because we love our people. Whether you're straight, whether you're heterosexual, homosexual, whatever you are. We love you. We just don't respect your choices. And for you to dictate that we must accept your choice or have your choices imposed upon us, that's fascism. It's a fascism. It's a form of fascism. For you to say that we should accept the normalization of certain behaviors, right, that we deem as harmful, simply because it's convenient and expedient for you and makes you more comfortable in your own skin in this world, it's still fascism. Because what you are requesting from us is to betray ourselves in service of your own malady, psychological malady. Because you're a psychological misfit, you think that we should somehow that we should relinquish our power to you. Our identity is our power. Your identity is your power. But the problem with most black people, be they heterosexual or homosexual, is that their identity is rooted in very, very shallow water. Very shallow water. Very, very shallow. But that's where this wokeness comes from. Now, let me say this part about the wokeness, and then I have a 5 o'clock that I have to address. Give me 1 second. Am I sharing my screen? Let me know.
No.
All right, good. Oh, real quick, I didn't show you this.
Where you gonna be at 5 o'clock?
I have a private session that I have to teach.
Okay. Watch
this. But then I'm going on my channel later on this evening.
Okay.
About 7 o'clock. Watch this. So I showed you the white think tanks, right?
Mm-hmm.
How many black think tanks exist? 0.
4.
No, 0.
Damn.
Right? Watch this. Let me show you something. I'm sharing my screen. Watch this. If you go, I'm gonna share my screen. Share. Go to Wikipedia. I'm gonna show you something in real time.
You're not sharing no more.
That's all right. I'm sharing now. Right? Watch this. How many black think tanks are there? It's going to name 2. Watch. These 2 right here. Okay? The Joint Center for Political Economic Studies, and there's one other one. Hold on 1 second. They always name 2. Hold on. Okay. NAACP. Right? Hold on 1 second. Hold on. Okay. Now, I've never read this website, but I can guarantee you it's all crap. All right. So you notice they couldn't name a bunch of black think tanks on there.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Now watch this.
The Black Institute?
That's the other one. The Black Institute. The Joint Center and the Black Institute. Those are the only ones they're going to name. Now I'm going to show you something. Okay? Oops. Share. Look at this. What did that say?
List of black think tanks.
Joint Center for Political and Economic Studies, Thurgood Marshall Institute, Kirwan Institute for the Study of Race and Ethnicity, Howard University Center on Race and Wealth, the Black Policy Lab, African American Policy Forum, Center for African American Policy at the University of Denver, Institute of the Black World 21st Century, Biden's Institute African American Policy Institute, the Black Think Tank. Now, watch this. Watch this. Each of these organizations is explicitly classified as a think tank and conducts research, develops policy recommendations, and engages in advocacy for African American communities. Now look what it said. Look at the difference between black think tanks and white think tanks. What did it engage in? Research, develops policy recommendations, and engages in advocacy for African American communities.
Mm-hmm.
What do the white ones engage in?
Influence in legislation.
Research. Hold on. Same thing. Research, policy recommendations, but here's the difference. See this?
Influence legislation.
You didn't see that in the black think tanks.
Mm.
How you going to compare the two?
And there's a disunion because these white think tanks
all work together.
Yeah, they all work together.
Right, the black ones don't.
Right.
They don't. Okay? They're dispersed. Weak. This one influences law. All of them work together to create law.
Mm-hmm.
Ours?
Just policy.
Just policy. In other words, they sit around, it's intellectual masturbation. You sit around, you come up with all these great ideas, and then you pat yourselves on the back, you're going about your business. But here's the worst part. Nobody black that you know has ever heard of any of these.
Right.
So what is the point?
Mm.
Everybody knows the Heritage Foundation, do they not?
Yeah.
We all know Look at some.
Cato Institute.
Cato Institute, Claremont Institute, Federalist Society, Hoover Institution. We are Manhattan Institute. Everybody knows these. You ain't never heard of none of these. But they are legitimate, explicit think tanks. And you ain't never heard none of them. That shows you their value. And I'll tell you what the other difference is. A key difference between the white ones and the black ones is that the white ones, are you ready for this?
Yeah.
And this is where black people fail. Are you ready for this?
Yeah.
Until the black billionaire and millionaire class begin to organize on behalf of black people, or let me put it another way. We have to find a way to attach our interest to the economic interest of black billionaires and black millionaires to get them to fall in lock and step with respect to policies that benefit, even if it's trickle down, that benefit all of us, because that's what the white side does. That's how they were able to get MAGA and all the rest of them to fall in line with their policies. Do you honestly think the Koch brothers cares about white trash in MAGA? Do you really believe that? Do you honestly think all of those white, do you know how many white billionaires fund those think tanks? When you start looking into the finances, right? When you start looking into the finances of those white think tanks, and you see all of the white billionaires that are funding them, you never even heard of these white billionaires. You didn't even know they existed. Most of them come out of Texas, Montana, Idaho. And you have to see the umbrella media companies that they create. There is a right-wing ecosystem that exists that black people know nothing about that would blow your mind. They can make a millionaire like this overnight. Ask Candace Owens. Ask Hotep Jesus. I'm wondering what the fuck happened with him. I thought we was about to lose him at one point. I'm wondering what happened. Somebody must have said no. Somebody must have said, no, we see you. We see you. We see what you're trying to do, Hotep Jesus. No. In fact, they did to you what they did to Kanye. Same shit. Brothers keep discovering. You with that whole shit, like, yeah, man, I'm with you. Like, we're just, that shit only goes but so far. They look at you and they're like, nah. They're like, nah. No, I'm good.
I think the difference between Kanye and myself is I knew it.
You knew it.
2017, right. Yeah. Everybody, no, 2016. When I first got recruited.
Right.
When I left that meeting, you could ask Doe and you ask Mike. I called him. I said, yo, I'm going to wash out of the program. I need y'all to get into the White House. I knew before. See, the thing is, I know. Other niggas don't.
I feel, yeah, you know what's up.
I know what's up.
Yeah.
I always knew what's up.
Right, for sure.
Because I started out as a so-called black nationalist, so I'm always hip to the race dynamics.
Right. So that race dynamic is key.
Mm-hmm.
Right? It's there. I'm not saying don't play the game. You got to play the game. And that's the one thing that capitalists end up doing, particularly black capitalists. Like one of my favorite black capitalists is John Hope Bryant.
Mm-hmm.
You know who he is, right? John Hope Bryant?
Nope.
You don't know who John Hope Bryant is?
Nope.
Fuck, man, that's weird. Hold on a second. Why you don't know who? What? I got to turn you on to this brother. I be wondering what the hell y'all do with your time. Like, who are you looking at out here?
I don't look at who. I look at how.
Okay, I ain't mad at that. And you know what? One for me to go on. Here he is right here, John Hope Bryant. Oh, you got to know who this dude is.
Okay.
You know why?
Why?
Because all of the white millionaires and billionaires, they fuck with him.
Okay.
In a major way.
Mm.
They fuck with him in a way. All the presidents fuck with him.
Mm.
Obama, Bush, the different administrations, the Clinton administration, they all fuck with him. Ask him who he was. He tell you in a minute. In fact, here's his book. You should all get it. It's called Financial Literacy for All. I highly recommend it. I haven't read it, but I know it's dope because I'm buying it for myself. Financial Literacy for All. His thing is, like he always says, he wants to be the Federal Reserve for the hood. But he's a multi-millionaire. He's all over Instagram. He's all over YouTube. You should just type his name in and just check him out. He's always teaching black people about money and how money actually works, what kind of mindset you should actually have, and what approaches you need to take to life. But he's very serious about black people getting their money shit together. So here's the subtitle: Disrupting Struggle, Advancing Financial Freedom, and Building a New American Middle Class. Right? But I give him credit because he's all about black people. I gotta give the brother his credit. John Holmes Bryant is about black people, but he's about that money first. He's serious about that money. He just did an interview the other day, which I thought was pretty cool, with the commissioner of the NBA and I think the NFL as well. And it was a very close, intimate interview that he gave them for his platform. He was just standing in a locker room with them or some area in one of those whatever. And they were just having a casual discussion. You could tell they had a cozy relationship between the three of them. They knew him, he knew them, and he was like, "Hey guys, this is do this for the people watching." And they were just giving advice. Give advice on what would you tell your younger self about money and finance if you could go back and do that. And I thought the advice was really, really good. It was really, really good advice that young people need to hear. That good advice is good advice, whether you're young or old. I don't care how old you are.
Right.
So 1 second, let me just do this. You could do what do you call those? A station identification break for your people. I was going to holler at my people to let them know I'll be with them shortly.
Yeah, no doubt. Hey, man, I need y'all to throw some thumbs up in the chat if y'all appreciate this conversation right now. Thumbs up in the chat. AJ got the bag. I wish I got the bag. I wish I got the bag. You know what I'm saying? But I've told that story 1,000 times when I got invited to TPUSA. I'll never forget. I was in the airport. In Arizona. I forget the name of the airport in Arizona. You know what I'm saying? Press 1 in the chat if you remember me telling the story about washing out of the TPUSA program. Press 1 in the chat if you remember me telling that story. Because, y'all remember that story. Yeah, I was in that airport and I made that phone call. First meeting, Candace Owens, Brandon Tatum, the rest of them. ABL was there, Terrence Williams. First meeting, I don't even know how I landed. Actually, I know how I landed in the meeting. And I made that phone call to Doe and I made that phone call to Mike. I said, listen, I'm on the inside. But it's not going to last long. I'm going to wash out of this program. I need y'all to go to this website, sign up, and make sure y'all at that White House meeting so we got representation. We got guys on the inside. And Lauren was there. Lauren was there the day I washed out when we were in Washington, D.C. She was there that day I washed out of that program. And they told me, you didn't make the cut, sir. You didn't make the cut.
You didn't make the cut. Well, it's a complexion thing.
It wasn't a complexion thing. It was an ideology thing because they had Candace Owens in there, but she was down with the ideology.
Of course.
Yeah.
So look, let me give it to you in a nutshell and then I'm out.
Okay.
Back in the 80s, late 80s, early 90s, Dr. Leonard Jeffries gave a speech in Albany, New York. And in Albany, New York, it was at the Empire State Art Affair, right? So it was an arts conference, the Empire State Conference on Art, and he was one of the presenters. It was in Albany, and at this affair, Dr. Leonard Jeffries did. For those of you who don't know who Dr. Leonard Jeffries is, look him up. He was the head of the Africana Studies Department at the City College of New York. He's an African historian with a multi-million-dollar education. He graduated from, well, he attended the Sorbonne in France. I forget which major universities, plural, he graduated from, but he's been a PhD since the 1970s. And he actually worked on the research for the miniseries, the original miniseries Roots, to help Alex Haley put all of that together. So he's been a major force in the resurgence or the resurfacing of of the Black history textual movement, right, at the university level. He's also an extended family member of my own, right? So I grew up in his community, so to speak. And my mother was a peer and a colleague. So, like I said, for me, it's a family affair. So, for myself, it's a family affair. Dr. Leonard Jeffries has a style when he teaches. And normally when he teaches, he will hold up two things, posters and books. And at the time that he gave this particular presentation, a number of books had just been published and or republished. And he held up the books because he was talking about the nature of Black history, of African history that was being suppressed in the universities. So to prove his point, he held up Cheikh Anta Diop's book, Civilization or Barbarism. He held up The Secret Relationship Between Blacks and Jews by Tony Martin, Dr. Tony Martin from Wellesley University. He held up An Empire of Their Own, How Jews Started Hollywood. He held up the ISIS Papers by Francis Cress Welsing, I'm pretty sure. But he held up all of this literature that white people had never seen before. And he was talking about the relationship of Black people to Kemet, or what many of you call ancient Egypt. And it was very well received. The people were very, and it was only shown on cable television. You have to remember this is the late 1980s, early 90s. He did the presentation and no one spoke about it, and that was it. But when he was doing it, when it aired on cable television, a reporter for the New York Post, or rather a reporter from the Associated Press, saw it. This reporter lived in Albany, New York. This is a story you're never told that led to everything that you're seeing right now in many respects. The reporter living in upstate New York saw the presentation. He called the story into the New York Post. The New York Post sensationalized it. And they put the story on the front page of the New York Post saying, New York City College professor is talking about sun people, ice people. Why? Because Dr. Jeffries was referencing that formula that came out of Cheikh Anta Diop's approach in his books, The African Origin of Civilization and Civilization or Barbarism, where he gave a formula of sun people versus ice people. And that both peoples had, one group had evolved in a natural situation where the other group was a mutation of that first group. The white group was a mutation of the first group, and that their ecology that produced them was the ice of Europe, the Ice Age, Worm 1, Worm 2, and interstitial periods. This is all of the stuff that Diop was teaching. Dr. Jeffries showed the book, went into some of the theses inside the book. They sensationalized it in a very short way, and they put it on the front of the New York Post. When they put it on the front of the New York Post, the Jewish interest of New York, particularly Mayor Koch at the time, who was the Jewish mayor of, who he was the mayor of New York, who happened to be Jewish. Well, no, he was more of the Jewish mayor of New York, because there's a difference when the way you put it in sequence. He was the Jewish mayor of New York. At the same time, you have to understand the battles that was going on at the university level, the academic battles, which most of you don't know anything about. At the time, there was a book that was produced by Dr. Charles Murray and his colleague. I forget his colleague's name, but the name of the book was called The Bell Curve. And what they were teaching students, black and white, particularly in Arthur Schlesinger's class at City College of New York. See, most people don't know the history of the prominence of the City College of New York and the role that it plays in politics, not just in New York, but national and international politics. The City of New York is not a regular public college. It is a very prestigious college that has produced world leaders. And many of the white world leaders that came to very high prominence got their start in City College. And so because it's their alumni, they kind of protect it, right? They protect it to keep its prestige. All you got to do is go to the campus and see it's not a little rinky-dink college. It's not like Barrow Manhattan Community College, right? This is a real university. And so Arthur Schlesinger, and that was the real beef that they don't tell you. The real beef was between Dr. Jeffries and Arthur Schlesinger. And Dr. Jeffries had on his side Dr. John Henry Clark and Dr. Ben and Van Sertima. Arthur Schlesinger had Howard Bloom and Charles Murray in them from the Bell Curve. So what you had was an ideological war between white Western ideology versus the African-centered movement. Oh, he also had, Dr. Jeffries also had Molefi Asante on his side, where you get the term Afrocentrism from, or Afrocentric. That came from Molefi Asante, who was the head of the PhD program at Temple University, which they have recently disbanded, by the way. Okay? So, what happened was that there was a war going on at the university, and I know it because my family was in the middle of it. My older sister was one of Dr. Leonard Jeffries' students, and his student body, or the group of students who were following him, they actually took over the university to change the curriculum. There was a shootout with the FBI. They held the building. That was all around the same time that Puffy had that party there and them people got killed. It was all around the same time. Yeah, there was that shit was all in the news. Look it up. The City College was taken over. They held the whole college for like 3 days. There was a standoff with the police and all of that. Oh yeah, Brother Reggie was involved with that. My sister was involved with that. Oh yeah, it was a big thing. But all of that was because they wanted the curriculum changed, because they didn't want to be going to classes. They didn't want to be sitting in Arthur Schlesinger's class being taught out of the bell curve that black people are intellectually, genetically inferior to white people, because that's what the bell curve was teaching. And that's what Arthur Schlesinger was bringing into his classroom. And what ended up happening was that the black student body got up and walked out of Arthur Schlesinger's classroom, and they all filed into Dr. Jeffries' classroom. And it created a war. And they used that speech that Dr. Jeffrey gave in Albany to try to neutralize him by relinquishing him of his chair in the Africana Studies Department at the City College of New York. And what happened was, because the students charged racism against Arthur Schlesinger for teaching out of the bell curve, Arthur Schlesinger was relinquished of his duties at the university. So he sued the University of New York. They got rid of Dr. Jeffries because of his speech. He sued the University of New York, and they both sued the University of New York for violation of freedom of speech.
Damn.
Both. It was a war. It was a straight up war. And why was this war so important? Because like Reaganomics used to preach, this war was based on the trickle-down effect. Whatever happened at the top was going to trickle down to the bottom. In this case, we're talking about the textbooks that are taught in high school, junior high school, and primary school. This was going to have a major impact on what black students and white students are taught at the lower levels of school nationally, but particularly in New York. Black folks don't know this history. They know about Snoop Dogg, Beyonce, Jay-Z, and the Knicks and the Cowboys, but they don't know shit about the intellectual war that take place to determine power and reality. It starts in the universities. How do you think Jordan Peterson became so popular? And what ended up happening is that part of this war was going to be the introduction of what's called Afrocentrism. Get the terminology right. They were trying to introduce Afrocentrism into the textbooks. Dr. John Henry Clark had a beef with that because he realized that the European interests like to pick and choose who's going to be their champions, the same way they did with Martin Luther King. And he realized that they were trying to use Malefiosante as the champion of African-centered education. And Dr. Clark wasn't having it. Dr. Clark said, it's either African-centeredness or it's nothing. Don't come at me with this Afrocentrism thing. Why? Because Malefiosante had written a book called Afrocentrism, and he had to market it and promote it, right? And the problem with that is that when you let marketing come into something, marketing is a very powerful thing, and it can subvert a movement. So Dr. Clark was right in marginalizing Afrocentrism. He was not against Afrocentrism, and he was not against Malefiosante. What he was against was the power of marketing undermining the movement and choosing who its leader would be. And so Dr. Clark stood his ground 10 toes down and said, it's African-centeredness or it's nothing. Because when you come at us with Afrocentrism, the word African is not in it. And Dr. Clark was that sharp enough to see that. It was a watering down of the word African. And Dr. Clark said, no, right? And so this movement, because of the role that Dr. Leonard Jeffries played, and by the way, when he sued them, my cousin was his attorney, and they won the case. It was on Court TV. I watched the whole thing. Right? He spoke about her. He was like, he bragged about the black law firm that had taken his case, and he kept talking about the woman attorney. That was my cousin. I used to live with her out in the Hamptons, right? My cousin Deb, right? So I told you the whole thing is a family affair,
right?
For me, like and I grew up in the middle of all of this, watching all of this unfold. So I have a very, very insightful perspective of the minute details. And not only that, I had to listen to the phone calls of all the people that were organizing around all of this.
He was right there.
My mother, her colleagues, her peers. I know dude, and then the children of these families, we were all interspersed. You understand what I'm saying? So we grew up in these organizations. We grew up in First World. We grew up in ASCAC. We grew up in the UAM. We grew up in all of that. This is not shit we got from YouTube. There was no YouTube. There was no internet. Didn't exist. Cell phones didn't even exist. Okay? So you're getting it from the horse's mouth.
It's
like
not,
for real.
It's not from ChatGPT.
Oh, ain't none of that shit. Right? I mean, ChatGPT is good if you know how to use it, but you got to know how to use it. You have to know your subject matter to use it correctly.
Correct.
Because ChatGPT will give you some bullshit. And you'll be like, oh, I got the answer. No, you don't. Okay? I have ChatGPT hollering uncle like this. For real. ChatGPT. I have ChatGPT saying, oh, my bad. Like for real. So in any event, with this war going on, with the help of Dr. Adelaide Sanford, who was on the Board of Regents of Education for New York, because she was on the Board of Regents and because she was an acolyte of Dr. John Henry Clark and Dr. Ben, even though they always called her their older sister, she was the one that was able to use her power as the Board of Regents to determine what the textbooks were going to say, what was going to be the content, in other words, to determine what the curriculum was. And so She was able to get Dr. Jeffries because of his level of education. She was able to get Dr. Jeffries at the head of that curriculum committee that was going to determine what was going to go in the textbooks, so that students would not have to show up at school and read from the bell curve and shit like that. Because that's very dangerous. Because if you're teaching that at the top, eventually it trickles down into the textbooks for the kids. And then you will have young kids, black kids in high school and junior high school reading texts that say that black people are intellectually, genetically inferior to white people because this is what the science says. You got to remember, science becomes policy. Policy becomes curriculum. Curriculum becomes your fucking reality. Stupid motherfuckers. Somebody got to tell the truth. People don't understand how this works because they're not educated to it. Like I said, they know about Snoop Dogg. They know about Chief Keef. They know about, what's her name? Glorilla, right? Luscious Red, or I don't even know their names anymore.
Luscious Red.
Right? I don't know who the fuck they call. They know about Offset and Cardi B. Right? But they can't tell you shit about the real wars that take place right underneath their nose in their own communities.
Right.
They can't tell you shit about that. They don't know. Why? Because it always comes back to 3 words. They don't care. That's it. And it's bad enough that they don't care. But the hard part is when you got a bunch of deviant motherfuckers running interference.
Yeah.
That was the black homosexual community. That allied themselves with white liberals to go against the culturally literate black community that was trying to re-educate you about where you actually come from, what your true historical pedigree is. Your people built those pyramids. Your people created that culture that thought pyramids were necessary. That was your people that did that. That was your people. That was your culture. It came out of the South. Resusut, the South. Resusut. That's where it came out of. But black people who prefer to be culturally illiterate, who prefer to chase behind fools that don't know their ass from their elbows, they didn't see what the black homosexual community did. They came against Kemet because Kemet was an anti-homosexual society. Read the literature. I have not committed homosexuality. I have not lain with a man. Read the literature. Read the Petit Imheru. Read the admonitions of Goddess Ma'at. It's in there. It's in there. It's in black and white and red, also in ink. Go to the British Museum. Look it up. Go to BritishMuseum.com. Look up the Papyrus of Nu. It's in it. We've done the translations and we got the English. It's in it. I have, say it real slow with me. Repeat after me. I have not committed homosexuality. That's your culture. That's your rightful classical culture. So you know what your moral imperative is sexually. It's not something arbitrary, something you just do because it feels good for the moment. Or so it's not, oh, on Tuesday I feel like doing this, on Wednesday I'm going to do that. That's not how culture works. That's not how power works. That's not how Mott works. There's a natural order to the world. And if you are out of sync with it, you're going to pay for it. That is the true definition of sin. Being out of order, out of sync with the natural order. That's isfet. Chaos. Right? You want me to validate your chaos. You want me to give your chaos the clothing of order. That's what you want me to do. It's deceitful. You want me to deceive myself on your behalf. That's what the trans community is all about. And I'm gonna prove to you last before I go. I was waiting for my client, my student, to ring me back, but he hadn't done that yet. Okay. Hold on. Hope I'm not sharing my screen.
No, they typing it in the chat. I have not committed homosexuality.
That's good.
Shout out to Yo Dog and Willie Will. Thank you for the gifted subs.
Have I ever shown you that?
Yes, you have.
I've shown you where it says.
I've got a copy of it.
Okay, cool.
I've shown it on the stream.
All right, wonderful.
Yeah.
Right? So
it's in the Papyri of Ani as well.
Right, yeah, we're not making this up. We aren't doing this to be mean-spirited. We're not doing this to dismiss somebody else's humanity. We understand, okay, you, and we're not saying that there were no homosexuals in Kemet. Nobody said that.
There had to be it had to be if you had a law.
Right, absolutely. We're not saying that there were no homosexuals in Kemet. We're not saying that there were no murderers in Kemet. We're not saying that there were no thieves in Kemet. Kemet was not a perfect place. It was not a utopia. But what it was a place. It was a number one. It was a sacerdotal society. It was a sacred society, and as a sacred society, it had a moral imperative, and its imperative was to be godlike. That's it. It was to be godlike in your behavior. But you first had to have a definition for God, which white people do not have. They give you stories. Right? They don't understand the relationship between nature and God. It's like you not understanding the relationship between yourself and yourself. Right? You don't understand the relationship between yourself and yourself. What is the relationship between yourself and yourself? Do you know what it is?
No.
It's very easy. It's in the word. What do you call one person? An enda what? An enda?
Indica.
No. What do you call one person? A unitary, an enda?
Individual.
Yes, an individual. What does the word individual mean?
One.
No, it means indivisible duality. Indivisible duality. Individual.
Okay.
A duality that cannot be divided. Which means that you have two aspects to your nature.
Okay.
So if you have two aspects to your nature, that means the nature of your existence is your existential nature. Your existential nature is relationship personified. Your existential nature is relationship personified. Which means that if you don't have your relationship with yourself together, you can't have a relationship with anybody.
Facts.
You got to have your relationship with yourself together. You got to have your shit together. But that's not something that you can achieve on your own. You must be taken by the hand and shown how to do that. How is that accomplished? Is by you being integrated into society. But if you are integrated into a backwards society, if you are integrated into a fuckboy society, the highest you can hope to achieve is being a well-paid fuckboy. Which is what most of you niggas are. You well-paid fuckboys. Real talk.
Now, what you were making a point about the trans people.
The only point I'm making right now is $ Cash App, $ Shakka Ahmose. That's the only point I'm making right now.
Put it in the chat, y'all.
Put it in the chat. $ Shakka Ahmose. SHAKKAAHMOSE. Because I'm giving you that shit that you can't get no place else. They got this dude that be on different podcasts. I think his name is Smart. You ever seen him? His name is Smart. I like him because he tries.
What's his name? I know you're talking about.
His name is Smart.
Yeah.
Yeah. Podcast influencer by the name of Smart. Right? He's good. I like him because he tries. But I'm like, young man, you need to have a conversation with me so I can show you how to really do this. Real talk. But I'm giving y'all the real shit. And what happened was that when they did the curriculum, when Dr. Jeffries was put in charge of the curriculum, they had all of these different teachers in New York that were meeting to determine what the curriculum was going to be because of this war that was going on in the university. Dr. Jeffries felt that the history should be taught in sequential order from the beginning to the end. The problem with that was that to tell the beginning meant to tell the truth. That life began in Africa, that the first civilizations were black, that Kemet was the leading classical civilization and the primary civilization in the world that educated the rest of the world. Right? You know, white people were not going to go for that, especially when the majority of the education faculty was Jewish. The majority of the board of ed was Jewish. Traditionally, there have been riots in New York because of Jewish hegemony in the education when black people were not being educated properly.
We just talked about that with a rabbi.
There was a major, you don't know about that major riot that they had in Brooklyn back in the 60s?
We just talked about, I had a rabbi on Friday who talked about that.
How you had a rabbi on and you didn't call me for that? I think you did call me. You called me and I didn't answer. On one of them days you called me and I was like, why are you calling me? Was it that?
No, it was something else probably, but.
No, it should have been that though. As you called me for the wrong shit, right? So watch this. So when they did that, hold on.
What were we talking about? I forget what we called you about. It was a bunch of times. I think we called him like twice last week, right? Declassified BR, we called him like twice last week. I forget what it was. Oh, actually, yes. I called you about the rap. We did call him about the rabbi. Yeah, we did call him about the rabbi.
Right, I don't want to leave them on hanger.
That was Friday. We called him, and I think we called him on Tuesday. What do we call him Tuesday about? I can't remember what we called you Tuesday about.
All right, cool. Okay, cool. He says he's watching now. Awesome. All right. So the student that I'm supposed to be teaching right now, we on his time right now, so I'm going to finish this out, and then I'm going because I got to get with him. All right.
Shout out to your student, by the way.
Absolutely, he matters. Absolutely, Jay. His name is Jay. Absolutely. So, and he's in Detroit, man. He's brilliant. Absolutely fucking brilliant. I love my students, man, because all of my students are brilliant. Like they give me hope for the future. Just to know that they're young black men who really want. I wish there were more black females who wanted to learn, but for some reason, black females just. I don't know. I don't know. Right? I'm like Stephen Hawkins when it comes to females. What is Stephen? Right? It's not even that, man. It's just that they're like Leos, man. You can't tell them shit.
Yeah.
They know everything already.
Yeah, that's a fact. That's a fact.
So in any event, but I love the ones who support. Don't get me wrong. I just wish more females really, really wanted to learn. You know.
Mm-hmm.
So when Dr. Jeffries put forth this protocol of African-centeredness or Afrocentric, he might have compromised between Afrocentrism and African-centeredness and said, let's just put this history in order and start at the beginning. White people are not stupid. They were like, oh, well, because it's a multi-ethnic situation, there has to be compromise. So you had Latinos, you had Indians, you had Jews, you had all of these different, you had whites, you had all of these different interests being represented around the table, but Dr. Jeffries was at the head. So they watered it down by first saying, okay, rather than African-centeredness, which only puts black children at the center, which was supposed to be, they said, well, let's change it from a centric thing. And let's call it, are you ready?
Multiculturalism.
No, you jump in the gun. That's why you got to know your history. Everybody jumps to multiculturalism. No. And that's why you can tell where the PayPal Mafia comes in with this. Because there's a PayPal Mafia connection to this. They said, let's introduce a term called the curriculum of inclusion.
What?
Yes, it was called the curriculum of inclusion.
What the hell?
That was the official term. And when they introduced the curriculum of inclusion, is what ended up becoming what you know today of as multiculturalism. Multiculturalism is then what became known as diversity and inclusion. One of the main, now what happened was, what these curriculums did was they diluted white centrism or Eurocentrism in the academic world. And it made it possible for the emergence of women studies, African studies, homosexual studies. In other words, there was equal representation in the academic world. But the problem with that, and this is where I agree with white people, the problem with that was that all of this diversity canceled out. What's the word I'm looking for? It diluted. It diluted superficially, though. It diluted the source from where Western hegemony comes from, which is white ideology. What language do you think in, bro?
English.
All right. What language do we all think in and speak?
English.
Most black people don't speak no second language in America. They never known one. All they've ever known is English. Especially foundational black Americans, since that's the term we use now.
No, I don't use that term.
Okay, well, black Americans, African Americans, or like my term is American Africans. American Africans only know English. We're not like other blacks who come here speaking other languages, French, Spanish, or some other African language.
And please don't use that term, foundational black American. Please stop that.
Oh, okay.
That comes straight out of the
national.
That comes out of the National Security Council.
Oh, does it really?
Yeah, that's
okay.
That's Memorandum 46, 1976.
Oh, okay. I can't wait to take a look at that so I can see that. I can pretend I discovered that myself. Cool. So, right? So what they did was, when they had this this curriculum of inclusion, it people who were learning this stuff, who began learning this stuff in the high schools, they took it with them into the colleges, right? When they got to the colleges, they became, what's the word? Argumentative. So the same phenomena that had taken place years before, when black kids did not want to be taught out of the bell curve, to be taught that they were intellectually inferior because of their genetics, that same phenomena, it became exacerbated. Because by the time the kids got to college, their education at the lower levels had already been democratized. It had already been diversified. Diversity. You understand what I'm saying? Which means that the white or European thrust, Eurocentric thrust, had been diluted. Now, if you're teaching women studies and you're teaching African history and you're teaching this, that, and the third, how are you going to fit in John Locke? How are you going to fit in Voltaire? How are you going to fit in Kant, right? Hume. How are you going to fit in the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, all of the things from where the power of this country emanates from, the ideological structures around which our institutions are built? So the conflict of interest, it was a legitimate conflict of interest. It wasn't really good or bad, but nobody is taking the time to explain this stuff to anybody, not even to the black kids who were losing their minds in the universities. But the worst part about all of this was that all of those, the same thing that happened in the 60s with the civil rights movement happened with that. All of these other interests grafted themselves onto the black argument, which meant that the only thing that white straight males were hearing was, I'm black. And every time the word black heard, there was an echo of homosexuality, LGBT this, women studies this, women da 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 da. So you black people as a race, you allowed everybody to fuck up your brand because you did not protect your race. What does my race have to do with you wanting to fuck somebody in the ass or get fucked in the ass? What does that have to do with my race? Not a goddamn thing. Yet you dumb motherfuckers let these people contaminate what should have been your only issue. You let them contaminate your issue, the color of your daughter, the color of your son, the color of your mother, the color of your father. You let them contaminate that with justifying somebody getting fucked in the ass or fucking somebody in the ass or ejaculating in somebody's ass. That's what you did. So who you gonna blame? Who you gonna blame? And then you expected decent white people? Yeah, I'm going to say it. You expected decent white people to stand there and accept that shit? Forget about the racist white people. I'm not even talking about them. You got to work your way over to them. I'm just talking about the decent, respectable white people. They exist. They exist. They're human beings like everybody else. They exist. Everybody ain't out to get your ugly ass. Or your beautiful ass. Everybody ain't out to get you. So you expected decent parents to sit home because you allowed all of these deviant sexual people to contaminate your racial issues with their sexual proclivities and brand it all together as one brand and define that as being woke? The fuck out of here. I'm the blackest person you will ever meet. You can't come to me trying to justify that homosexual shit or that trans shit. You can't. And you can't blend the lines between the sexes for me. I'm outright all the way, and I'm a conservative. The reason you're not conservative is because you're so culturally fucking poor that you don't think you have anything to conserve.
Oh, damn.
That's why you're not a conservative. Because you're culturally impoverished. You don't think you have anything to conserve. Nothing worth conserving from the classical world. How can you discuss with me the origin of democracy or even talk about democracy when you don't even know where the underpinnings of it comes from? You don't know how it came to be in this fucking land, you stupid fuck face that I have no respect for.
I'm on your bumper.
You know nothing about democracy. That's why you can't defend it. And that's why it's taken from you every other week and every other month. It's the same reason why you think it's okay to fuck another man in the ass and think that it's cool and try to justify it through law.
This is a sick
It's because
Negro.
you're culturally and historically illiterate. You don't know anything about the past. You don't know anything about law. You don't know anything about anything. And this is the truth. But we are supposed to screw our mouths closed and say nothing about what is true. That I'm the last person that's going to do that. I'm going to tell you the truth. You could be a homosexual person. I can still love you. I can still respect you and appreciate you as a human being. Absolutely. But I can also tell you the truth. Now, that shit you doing there, we don't fuck with that. Do that shit over there. Don't do that at this table. We don't fuck around. We don't fuck around like that. We don't put those kind of exhibitions on for our children. And the ones that really kill me are the ones who are supposed to be standing up for homosexual rights. What does you walking around with a bra on, looking at all this crazy shit like they like? I saw this one group, they were having some Pride Day in Idaho. And they were trying to show you how the white supremacists, and that's another thing that they like to do. They like to tell you that every white person with common sense is a white supremacist. Every white person that stands up against all of that bullshit is a white supremacist. That's bullshit. That's bullshit. It's a lie. And the media is down with it. I'm telling you, it's part of the whole divide and conquer thing. That's what it is. There are many justified, historically literate black people who agree with white people on the right. But those black people have been neutralized by the fact that these other interests were able to compound their sexual proclivities onto the color of our skin, thereby fucking up our brand. A race is a brand, just like a religion is a brand. And that's why you always got to put people on notice. Don't be talking about, like, if you notice, every conversation they make in mainstream news, whenever they mention policies and they mention black people, they automatically lump in blacks with LGBTQ and everything else. You will never hear the two mentioned separately. Ever. I'm like, wait a minute. When did my race get thrown into a bucket with men who want to have anal sex with each other? Like, who gave you the right to do that? And then where are the men who are not standing up and saying, wait a minute, we might be dumb, but we ain't stupid. Or we might be stupid, but we ain't dumb. Either way, we ain't both. Well, you worried about getting canceled? You were never uncanceled. stupid motherfuckers. You were never uncanceled to begin with.
Right.
And this is some real shit. That's why I'm shitting on my student right now when I'm supposed to be with him and talking to you. He's learning anyway. It's all good. But no, I'm coming. I got something special for him because there's something he wants to share with me as well. But I just wanted to put this out there because I had promised to deliver, and I don't want to break a promise. If I promise to deliver, I'm going to deliver. And so to wrap it up,
Can I help wrap it up really fast?
Yeah.
And tell me if I'm right.
okay.
DEI's origin is in something called culture of inclusion.
The curriculum of inclusion.
I'm sorry, curriculum. Thank you.
Yes.
Curriculum of inclusion, but that inclusion at that time was actually white history.
The inclusion at that time was it was a compromise. Okay, we're not going to do Afro, because what was happening was that.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay.
What was happening was at the University of Hawaii and Stanford University and one other, I can't think of what the other one is, but the major science universities, they were all doing a lot of genetic studies and a lot of anthropology there were a lot of findings that were coming to the surface. And everything was showing that life began in Africa, civilization began in Africa, math, liberal arts, all of that stuff started in Africa, and the prime representative of it, the pinnacle of it, was Kemet, or ancient Egypt. These were all, it was a consensus of finding. The last battle that the whites refused to back up from was Kemet being black. That was one they were willing to fight and they're still willing to fight to the death for that one, right? And the reason for that is that if Kemet were to be black, that meant everything that they used to justify slavery was false. And you have to understand that European intellectual history, in many respects, is founded on that, coming out of Prussia. It's founded on that, coming out of Prussia. Right? If you don't understand the Prussia university curriculum and how that ended up giving birth to Göttingen University and all this other German shit, you won't really understand the origin of white supremacy and on the intellectual level. You won't really understand that. And it does not start with the Greeks. The Greeks were not on white supremacy ideology. The Greeks were on biracial, they were on multiracial supremacy. This is what made it ideal for the Hebrew identity to extract from the Greek worldview and appropriate it for themselves, because it was the same ideology. It was the ideology of racial mixture. People don't know the story of that supremacy. They only know white supremacy. It didn't start with white supremacy. It started with biracial supremacy. It started with multiracial supremacy. Why? Because that area of Kemet of North Africa, it became a zone of confluence where you had real multiracial populations coming into existence, particularly in the Levant and in North Africa. And those were the results of migrations coming into Africa from Mesopotamia and from Asia Minor. And they were producing multiracial populations. These multiracial populations began to see themselves as humanity perfected. They saw themselves as the end result, the prime result of humanity. This is what it must end up being. These were the first people to wage wars against black people and white people as well. If you notice, if you read Aristotle, and you also notice, if you know this is true, if you understand their geographical perception of the world, they thought that they were a perfect people because they were geographically located in the middle. That's literally what they said. Because Greece is ideally located in the middle, we are therefore the superior in what humanity is supposed to be. Even and the greatest clue of that to them was their moderate temperature. It was not hot and it was not cold. It was moderate. So all of this stuff was symbolic to them that led to them thinking that they were superior. And Aristotle says it. He says the perfect, the perfect color. He says the Ethiopian is too black as witnesses the Egyptians. No, too black, no, yeah. Too black is imperfect as witness to the Ethiopians and the Egyptians. Then he says, so too is the color of white as when you witness women, because women were kept inside for the most part and they were therefore pale. They didn't get a lot of sun. He said the color, that's what he said. Cowardiceness. The color of the coward is too black as witnesses the Ethiopians and the Egyptians, right? Then he said, so too is the color of paleness too white as witnesses the women is too feminine. He ended his statement by saying the color of courage is between the two. That's code language, you stupid motherfucker. That's how they spoke about race in those days, in code. So between black and between white lies courage. So what is between black and white? Biracialism. Multiracialism. That is between black and white. And that's what they were saying. Right? The Germans picked that up when they were introduced to the Greek literature and connected themselves to that. They connected themselves to that. Why? Because by the time Byzantium fell with the invasion of the Arab hordes, most of the people from that region coming from Asia Minor were Indo-Europeans. They were white. They were white looking. They were what I call dark-skinned whites. Right? But they were white people. So by the time they got over into Europe, the Vatican and all that other shit, it was a white thing. And then you had the Germans and the Italians recasting the image of Athens, Greece, Rome. They were recasting it in a white image, where if you look at the faces when you look at the original faces, they're not white. Even the features are not white. What you see when they show you Pythagoras, when they show you Anaximander, Anaximenes, and all these different busts that they show you, those are fakes from Germany. And most of the 19th century scholars used to talk shit about those fakes. It's all throughout the literature. They shitted on those fakes. They really did. And they always do it in such a snide way. They'll say they'll give you this whole diatribe, and then they'll say, as in the German fakes produced in the 18th and 19th century. Yeah, they recasted the whole ancient world in their image through statues. You got to understand the power of statues. We don't understand the power of statues today because you rarely see them. Who the fuck makes statues anymore? Right? So, but statues had communicated great symbolism back in those days. Why? Because it was a major industry. It's no longer a major industry. Back then, it was a major industry. Major. Do you know what major means? I'm saying major. Statues were a major industry back then. Who the fuck is going to make a Statue of Liberty today? Who?
Trump.
You could. Who'd you say?
Trump.
Yeah. Exactly. Because he'd be going back to old school. So I'm just sharing all of this with you so that you can have an understanding of what they did when they got into the universities, and the main area of the universities, when they took all of this newfound diversity, academic diversity, into the universities with them, they began to fight the professors. And this is in the 2000s now. They began to fight the professors. Why? Because they had been diversified at the lower levels because of the previous academic wars. Because they did change the textbooks. Eventually, they did change them. It wasn't what we wanted, but it was like a little bit for everybody, right? But the problem is that it was really, even the religious nationalists got up in it. They stuck Jesus in the history books. Jesus was never in the history books before. See, y'all don't know that. When I was growing up, there was no Jesus in the history books. That's separation of church and state. Jesus was a religious subject. You don't put that in the history book. We didn't learn nothing about no Jesus in the history book when I was younger. That would have looked weird. But in your son's time, oh, Jesus is in the history books. I know because when I gave lectures in Florida when I was down there, I made sure I got the history books. I got them right here in my book collection, in my library. And inside the history books, right? Inside those history books is Jesus, Abraham, and all that other shit, Moses, all of that. To me, that's weird. But that's what they did. That's what the curriculum of inclusion and multiculturalism did. It gave a little bit to everybody. It tried to make, and that's the most dangerous thing about Democrats. This is why you should never fuck with Democrats. What is the number one thing that Democrats try to do? They try to be everything to everybody. They try to make everybody happy. That's not how justice works. Justice and righteousness is not about making everybody happy. Because there are many people who are happy with injustice. That's what capitalism is. There are many people who are happy with injustice. It's asymmetrical. You cannot have a top without a bottom. Therefore, poverty must always be maintained. Always. Therefore, human suffering, the ending of human suffering is not ever a goal. It's not ever a goal. It can't be. Not even with AI. AI is not going to end human suffering. It's going to increase it. It's going to increase it, but it's going to succeed at making you numb to it. The best way to make someone suffer is make them suffering to it. That way they don't complain. They don't even know they're suffering. Give them NFL. Give them the Super Bowl. Give them, they ain't like us. Give them all that shit, right? Make them feel like they're doing something. The fuck are you doing for black people dancing on the stage at the Super Bowl talking about they not like us? What did that do for us? Like, what the? Y'all into some feel-good shit. It's the same thing as people going, I told you so, you're getting deported now. What the fuck? What power? How much power does that give us? You niggas hate power. That's the truth. Tell the truth. Tell the truth. You hate power. You don't want power. Power means you might have to get up at 3:30 in the morning and go march. And I'm not talking about protests. I mean march in military fashion. That's what they do in boot camp. You wake up at 3:30 in the morning. Oh, y'all know that? Yeah. You get up at 3:30 in the morning. You get up at 3:30 in the morning every fucking morning. And then you go stand out in the fucking cold. And then you march for a few hours. And if you like me, you get in trouble all the time. You got to get short tours and marching parties. And they send you over to the mosquito area, so you got to run up and down with a fucking lead-loaded rifle and work out for 5 hours straight. Because they hate you because you black and you talk shit and you from New York. I know because I lived that shit. But I've seen up close and personal what real discipline looks like.
Right.
These white folks ain't fucking around. They got their shit in order. They got their shit in order. I hate to tell you this, black folks. You did not create the military system of this country. They did. Give them crackers their credit. We participated in it, and we showed our worth in it. No question about it. In every war. The Revolutionary War, the Civil War, the Vietnam War, the War of 1812, the Spanish War, all them wars. Wars against the Indians too. I know our history better than you know your bedroom. I promise you that. I put a G on it. Straight up. That's some real talk. But when they got into those universities, oh, let me get ready to wrap this up. When they got into them universities, they started to go to war with everybody in those universities. And white males, and I thought it was unfair. You don't go from one extreme to the next. You find a common ground that is truthful and honest, that is in everybody's interest. That's what you do. They didn't do that. What you did was you armed young black people and young marginalized people based on race or sexuality or sex, right? You armed them with all of this self-interested ideology so that by the time they got to the university, a white person, their white counterpart, couldn't say shit about shit. Can you imagine? Here you are, a young black girl wearing blue contacts and a blonde weave, and you yelling at a white boy for wearing dreadlocks, telling him that he's engaging in cultural appropriation. What kind of insanity is that? That's the kind of shit and madness that white people had to be subjected to in the university systems and in the fucking high schools. That kind of insane shit. Think about it. You're a black female with a blonde weave in your fucking head and blue-eyed contact lenses, right? Shitting on a white boy for wearing dreadlocks, telling him he's cultural appropriating, and then beating him up and getting him jumped for doing it.
I'm on your
This
bumper.
is the kind of shit, and you wonder why you got mass shootings in schools and why it's always the white kid doing it? This is the insane, no, seriously, bro. This is the insane shit that woke shit did. And nobody wants to hold anybody accountable for it. I'm holding everybody accountable for it. And here's the thing. You can't tell me shit because you ain't shit when it comes to me knowing this shit. No matter who you are. I got pedigree. What the fuck you got? I came up in this shit for real. That's like you trying to talk to Ilyasa Shabazz and telling her something about her father. No, Ilyasa, you're wrong. I read the audio biography of Malcolm X. Can you imagine that shit? I read the autobiography of Malcolm X, not keeping in mind that Malcolm didn't write that. Alex Haley wrote it.
Yeah.
Whereas Ilyasa is his daughter. There's a difference, you stupid motherfucker. That's like you trying to tell me something about wokeness. Or trying to tell me what actually happened and what brought all of this about. It couldn't happen. You're not wired like that unless you got a time machine. This is what you call the luster of history talking. You ain't got that. I got that. I own that shit. It's in my blood. It's in my fucking pedigree. It's in my, well, let me not say that. I was gonna say it's in my pubic hairs. Sometimes I can get a bit graphic. But I'm just saying, you understand what I'm saying? So can you imagine showing up in these universities and that's the kind of shit that was going on? It was fucked up. You know it's fucked up when I'm feeling bad for white students. I started feeling bad for the white kids. I was like, oh, there's no way I could be a white kid going to school in America today. These black kids have lost their fucking minds. Like, if a white boy opens his mouth in them schools, dude, I've seen it with my own two eyes. That's what gave rise to the Ben Shapiros, to the Charlie Kirks, to the Yanafilakakis, whatever his name was, the Greek dude. That's what gave rise to the Candace Owenses and all these other motherfuckers. That's what gave rise to them. In fact, that's what gave rise to Jordan Peterson. That's what gave rise to all of these motherfuckers. I watched it all happen. I literally watched it happen almost like dominoes. And I could show you each domino that affected the other domino. Real talk. Rush Limbaugh was one of their earliest warriors fighting against that shit. But it's fucked up. It's when you start out with good intentions. They always say good intentions is the road to hell. Or the road, what they say? The road to hell is paved with good intentions. The intentions were good, but you created monsters. Not only that, the architects of that curriculum did not formulate what the outcome was going to be in terms of the backlash, and then outfit us with something to protect ourselves from it. You give us a message to go give savages and no weapons to protect ourselves with, to make sure no exit plan? Where was the escape plan? You sent us into a burning building and didn't, without a map showing us how to get out the building? You giving us all this knowledge so that we can shit on white people, but what you think white folks is gonna do?
Shoot back.
They were the ones that got the billionaires. We ain't got no billionaires. All we got is a good story. So now we stuck with a good story that most of our kids don't know anyway, but yet still gonna have to deal with the outcome that got started back in the 80s. Let me tell you how deep this shit was. Who do you think was one of the first people to clap back behind all of this shit? Look up a book called The Diversity Myth right now. Look it up. I want everybody watching me to look it up right now. The Diversity Myth. And tell me who the author is. Everybody watching, type in The Diversity Myth.
Peter Thiel and David Sachs.
Peter Thiel and David Sachs. Who is that?
Oh,
That's
shit.
your PayPal mafia.
Oh, shit. Oh, my God.
Yeah, you know why? Because what they telling your ass was that they were some of the white students who was on the other side of that war, or they were basically there when the shit was going on. They were in university. They had just come from South Africa. Imagine coming from apartheid South Africa into the middle of a war where black ideology is being waged. And they wrote that book. And your black ass don't even know that's how deeply involved they are with all of this. Not only that, let's make it a little deeper and then I'm gone. Because look, I'm gonna say something and I know people gonna be mad at me for saying this, but I gotta say it because I love you. You niggas don't know shit about shit. And I have to tell you that. Because if I didn't love you, then I would pretend that that's not the case. You niggas don't know shit about shit. You don't know who's in the White House. The two people that wrote that book, the two names he just named, Peter Thiel is the person who bought and owned and positioned J.D. Vance, your current vice presidency. And he's going to secure the presidency in the next election. Y'all don't even understand what the fuck is going on because niggas don't know shit about shit. You're the most uneducated things creeping on the planet. I'm telling you the truth. And you will hate niggas like me, and I will always make sure you hate niggas like me. I will make sure of it. I go out of my way to make sure you hate niggas like me. Because if you don't hate niggas like me, that means I'll end up being one of you motherfuckers. And that's the last thing I ever want to be.
I'm on your
An
bumper.
uneducated nigga. Because that makes you a danger to everybody else. You like a lit stove with a gasoline pipe open in a building. That's what an uneducated nigga is. I'm telling you the truth. I'm telling you the truth. See, this is the real Shakka Ahmose. I don't normally speak like this, but sometimes, like I tell you, when that shit get a hold of you, you just gotta let it fly. And if I get the hate message, that's cool. If nobody goes in my Cash App, that's cool too. But I'm gonna tell you the fucking truth. Because when you love people, you tell them the truth.
Audience is loving this.
When you love people, you tell them the truth. But how can somebody tell you the truth when they ain't got it? And that's the problem with these black podcasts. Go to these different podcasts and see how much truth you're getting. See how many actual facts you're getting. They give you some superficial shit that started on Tuesday and ended on Wednesday because they try to keep up with the news cycle. Stupid motherfuckers. The news cycle can't fit into what I'm giving you. I'm tying it all together for you. Now let me make it deeper for you, you stupid motherfuckers. I'm sorry to say this. Because I have to deal with this stupidity every day. I don't have anybody to talk to because black people don't know about this shit. And I get so frustrated with my people because you don't understand what's at stake. It's like you don't love our children. You make children, you raise children, but you literally don't give a fuck about them or their future or the future of their children. I didn't come from those kind of people. I came from black people that sacrificed everything so that we would know where we actually came from. And they put white people on notice. Y'all don't do that anymore. Y'all run around the internet talking about all kind of fugazi shit. Talking about, I told you so. You voted for Trump. Now you're getting deported. And all this other stupid shit. But you can't tell black people what's actually going on. Who wrote that book, bro, that I just showed you?
David Sachs.
What year was it written?
1995.
95. You know when Dr. Jeffries gave that speech? 90. 5 years. That's just a few years. That's just 6 years after the bell curve came out. So that tells you what kind of shit Peter Thiel and them was on. They were on it because when that war exploded for that next 4 or 5 years, that's all they were experiencing. They saw the collapse of Western academia because of what Dr. Jeffries and Dr. Clark and Dr. Ben had done. These are the men I grew up under. I saw this happening. I saw the war. I know the people that got up out of those classrooms and walked into Dr. Jeffries' classroom who told Arthur Schlesinger, fuck you. What book did Arthur Schlesinger write? Look it up. The Disuniting of America. Type it in. You know nothing, motherfuckers. Type it in. Look at what's been kicking your ass. Because nobody's going to tell you. Who wrote The Disuniting of America?
Arthur Schlesinger, 1991.
There you go. Arthur Schlesinger. You don't even know who Arthur Schlesinger was or what he meant to white ideology. It's from people like him that assholes like Jared Taylor from the what is that? American Renaissance, right? Jared Taylor, the white supremacist, or he calls himself the race realist, right? Jared Taylor, Michael Levine. Michael Levine is another one. Michael Levin is another one. You don't know who your enemies are. These motherfuckers will put your children in a fucking intellectual basket and eat them for breakfast and then serve them to their kids.
Damn.
And y'all think it's cute. Ooh, look at her purse. Ooh, we going to the club. What kind of car you driving? Ooh, he cute. Ooh, look at her ass. Bunch of stupid motherfuckers that don't know shit about nothing. And that's the truth. And Umar Johnson can't tell you anything about none of this shit. Why? Because he wasn't there. Running around talking about he's the Prince of Pan-Africanism. While I'm alive, you got to be on drugs. You got to be on fucking ketamine and everything else. Umar, you my brother, you my younger brother, and I love you. I will fight to support you for real, because I think you have value. But you out of your cotton-picking fucking mind to think you the Prince of Pan-Africanism out in this bitch. You don't qualify, my dude. You ain't got that kind of pedigree. I remember when you didn't know nothing about Kemet. Because I know the people who went to Kemet with you on the trip and they told me everything you were saying. You didn't know where the fuck you was. You thought you was in an Asian civilization. The fuck? You thought you was in an Arab civilization. Right? So, and I know who the individual was who had to have the conversation with him to let him know, look, Kemet was a black civilization. They had to break it all down for him because he didn't know. And that was just yesterday. And then he came on a podcast trying to wear a cot. I said, what the fuck? I don't mind you wearing a cot, but at least call your brother Shakka Ahmose so I can really put you up on game. The fuck? You got motherfuckers out here fronting and posing, bro. I understand why Tupac was, let me tell you why Tupac was the truth. Let me just break it down. Every single person that Tupac told you was fugazi, look how they ended up. Every single person who Tupac told you was shit. Every person he screamed on in his records. In fact, the only one that I think didn't deserve it was Biggie. Biggie, I think, was the only one that didn't deserve it. It doesn't mean I was a fan of it. I wasn't a fan of Biggie's music. Biggie was good, but I wasn't a fan of his music. He said too much gay shit in his stuff. You look so good, I suck your daddy's dick. I'm like, what? I'm like, hold on, nah. Ain't no girl look that good, bro. He said a lot of shit like that, right? But, and then who he was running with, and you saying shit like that? Nah, dude. But let me retract that. But if you look at everybody else that Pac said was what wasn't worth fucking with, they all proved it to be true. Every last one of them, even the rapper that performed at the last Trump inauguration. I ain't gonna name no name. You know what rapper performed there? Who Pac wasn't fucking with before he died?
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Absolutely. Now, I'm not saying Tupac was perfect because he wasn't. He did something that I didn't approve of. I shouldn't speak on it, but I will because I'm Pac's. I consider myself Pac's biggest fan. I really do. I shouldn't, but I do. But when he mentioned to Jimmy Henchman, or not Jimmy Henchman, when Pac mentioned to Haitian Jack that Biggie had mentioned to him that he shouldn't be fucking with Haitian Jack and them, that got Biggie robbed. Yeah, they went against Biggie and robbed him for that. But what Biggie forgot is that Pac is a Gemini. Gemini are two-faced. And what Pac forgot is that Biggie was a Gemini. So you got 4 people in one conversation. How do I know? I'm a Gemini. The fuck? I know what we're like. Right? I be talking great about you 1 minute, behind your back, the moment we hanging up, you the lowest piece of shit in the world. I'm gonna tell everybody.
You
But
do
at
it
least
to
I
me all
warn
the
you.
time. You do it to me all the time. Cuss me out on his channel. Every time I come in the chat, he say, go this piece of shit Hotep Jesus. Hey, man,
Look,
go get to your student, man. You've
Let me get to him.
you've
All right,
been
so
valuable
look,
today, man.
So I just wanted y'all to know where the woke shit came from. That's where it came from. It ended up in the universities. And when it ended up in the universities, because black kids had gone to the universities armed with a curriculum that had been prescribed for them from the late 80s and the early 90s, white kids literally began to be oppressed throughout the whole academic system. You have to understand that shit. Like, this shit is real. And because of that, they begin to preserve their highest institutions from that contamination, which is Harvard, Yale, that kind of thing. And that's why DEI became such a threat, because through DEI, they could get up in there and spread those ideologies and contaminate them. It was a real fucking war. It wasn't just, oh, we're white and we're racist. No, it's more complex than that. You were literally fucking with the power that's basically keeping all of this shit together. Because you niggas ain't ready to create a military that wakes up at 3:30 a.m. every morning. And everything that goes along with that. Are you? Because if you think war is just tanks and guns, oh no, it's much deeper than that, people. How the fuck are you going to run an intelligence organization when y'all can't even get your think tanks together? I'm serious. It's like you're a fucking laughing stock. Tell the truth. What them old Christians used to say? Tell the truth to shame the devil. Tell the truth to shame the devil. Black folks ain't ready. They do all this posturing. They not like us. They not like us. Does it sound good? No, you're right. They not like us. They serious. They serious about their shit. They drop bombs on motherfuckers when they serious. Who you dropping a bomb on? For a righteous cause, let alone for some bullshit.
A track, that's about it.
I'll drop it. That's it. That's a bomb track. What did Tupac say? Bomb first. But Tupac, the difference between them and Pac busted them police. He made it clear, this ain't no fucking record. This ain't a song. You're gonna feel that shit. Feel me? There's the reason why he's the one that made Feel Me famous. You feel me?
It's facts.
Okay? So, long live Pac, the greatest rapper of all time. I don't give a fuck who likes it. Y'all can keep sucking Eminem's whatever. Right? Eminem is a hell of a wordsmith. That don't make him the greatest rapper of all time.
Right.
Right? I consider Eminem to be a pretty darn good rapper. That's it. That's as far as it goes. You notice I didn't say great.
I agree.
I said he's a pretty darn good rapper.
I agree.
Okay? So I just wanted to let y'all know that's where all that woke shit came from. By the time it got to universities, every marginalized person that had been given some power the same way all of those right-wing think tanks all work in lockstep, how they grafted themselves onto the Heritage Foundation. Well, really it's the other way around. The Heritage Foundation gave birth to all of them, but it's still the same thing, right? But the way that they all work in lockstep with that is the same way that all of those marginalized interests grafted themselves onto your skin color. So that every time, because they saw the power that your skin color had in terms of changing things legislatively in this country. So all that legislative power became imbued literally in your skin color, which means what? White people derive their power from the Constitution. Black people derive their power literally from the color of their skin. So in order for other people to get power for themselves, they had to graft their grief and their grievance onto the color of your skin. And that's why you have to guard yourself against those who have the same color of your skin, but different values from you. Because they will use the color of your skin to advance their values. And if you don't value men having anal sex with each other, then you better learn to guard your skin color against other people's values that look like you. This is called critical thinking. This is the shit that nobody will tell you. And that's why white people legitimately have said fuck you to black people, because you allowed that to happen. You allowed these other interests to attach their deviant behavior and their other whatever the fuck it is that they want to do. You allowed every marginal interest, LGBTQIEHG, right? Who else? The women's studies, women's suffrage. It's all power. It's all power. You allowed all of them to attach their idea. Marxism, you allowed all of them to attach their grief, their grievance, and their marginalization to your skin color. Why would you do that? Without standing up and saying, wait a minute, this is not a black thing. Leave us out of that. Right? I'm not saying there are no black homosexuals. Let a black homosexual stand up as a homosexual. Your blackness ain't got nothing to do with the fact that you think it's okay for a man to have anal sex with another man. I'm sorry. You don't have to like it. It might not sound palatable. But I live in the world of reality. I live in a world where nature has made certain statements about the human body. And lastly, I'm gonna leave you with this. I'm gonna hang up right on this. And they better see my Cash App. I ain't never coming back on your show again. Watch this. I'm telling you, I'm not even joking. You know I don't play when it comes to that. They better see my Cash App, or I ain't cut. The kind of shit they get from me, you can't get it from no place else.
This is facts. $ Shakka Ahmose. Make sure y'all bless the Cash App.
That's right. Y'all won't see me again. Now, let me leave you with this. If a man and a woman are the same, because they're trying to tell you that it's skin deep, right? If a man and a woman are the same, where it really matters should be what? The brain. Is the male brain and the female brain the same?
No.
How do you know? Look it up. I'm gonna share my screen. Watch. Hold on. Let me come right. Oh shit, I don't have one open. Okay. Oh, I can't do that. Hold on 1 second. Motherfuckers be seeing all my business. I'm like, hold on. I thought I stopped sharing. God damn it. I was trying not to share that screen. Shit. I got all them numbers on there. All somebody got to do is freeze the frame and be like, okay, that's that number. That's that number. Okay, hold on 1 second. Let me share this with you. Let me put this here. And this is the last thing I'm going to show you. All right? Here we go. The last thing I'm going to show you is,
Thank you, Heather. Heather said she blessed your Cash App.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you, Heather. What happened? Somebody said some shit?
Nah, the Kick Chat just got jokes. They just stay in there acting stupid.
Here we go. Now watch this. I'm going to show you something. Look at this. See, they conveniently leave this part out of the conversation about transsexuals, right? It's bigger than just sports. Look at this shit. AI overview. Are there differences between male and female brains? Yes. Read that out loud, please.
It says, yes, there are average structural and functional differences between male and female brains. All these differences are subtle, and there's significant overlap within sex.
Okay, now, at the end of the day, our brains are different.
Right.
So just because you slap a pair of tits on yourself and put a slit between your legs and shove your penis up there, that does not make you a woman. You still got a man's brain. Until you get a brain transplant, you're still a man. No, let me say it. I'm sorry. You're still a male. There's a difference between a male and a man. A man is an office that you have to assume and pass on to someone else. That's why it's called manhood. Not malehood. It's manhood. Right? A male is a reference to your sex. So your sex, right? Sexually, you are a male, no matter what hormone pills you take. You can take all the hormone pills in the world. Your brain is still that of a man. That's why you need the hormone pills, because your brain won't produce them. Because you don't have a woman's brain. You have a psychological malady that you try to attach to the color of our skin, which makes the rest of the world hate us. You make us the poster children for unreality. You make black skin the poster children for that which is unnatural. You literally turn us into a Satan, which is why the Christian right have every right to hate us from a visual perspective. Now that's some deep shit for your ass. That's what happens when you are irresponsible and you allow people to say and do whatever they want with respect to the color of your skin, because you were told it didn't matter. Didn't that what Martin Luther King say? It don't matter. Let little white girls and little white boys hold hands, right? No, it does matter. It does matter. And then they use the obverse strategy and try to tell you that because they're white, they're racist. Because the color of their skin made it so. No, nigga, it's some deep shit going on. There's some deep shit going on. And hopefully when you look at all of this now, you will understand Trump and why they're doing a lot of the shit that they're doing, the way that they're doing it, and why they got rid of the Department of Education. Every single thing that I talked about touched on almost damn near every policy that they've made. Every single thing. We ain't going into the strength of the dollar and how it's attached to banking things that are going on that they're not talking about, and how all of that is attached to AI and their beef with China and the fucking mineral resources. Well, not the mineral resources of Taiwan, because Taiwan ain't got no mineral resources. Taiwan will tell you in a minute they ain't got no mineral resources. Taiwan will tell you they are in the worst geographical place on planet Earth. All they get is typhoons, earthquakes, tidal waves, tsunamis. That's all the fuck they get. But they'll also tell you the one thing we capitalized on was brain power, because they realized they didn't have anything else. The Taiwanese will tell you that. They'll tell you that. Right? But there's a whole lot of shit going on that people ain't talking about, bro. There's a whole lot of shit. And my heart goes out to black people, because I love black people more than anything else in this world. But when your people are what I call stupid by choice, what you gonna do? Black people are stupid by choice. You choose to be stupid. How do I know? I don't see you in my Cash App, making sure that I'm good. Make sure that I'm good so I can continue to speak truth to power, so I can keep studying, I can keep teaching. I don't see you. Are you coming over to my channel and subscribing? Are you telling other people, yo, you might want to check out? Even my brother here, when he was on the #1 podcast in the world, Joe Rogan said, oh, you need to check out Shakka Ahmose. That was the realest shit anybody ever did that I ever seen anybody do. Ever. All he got to do is say, yo, I need you to come on my show. I ain't gonna be like, yo, nigga, you gotta. Other people hit me. They know. They don't even call me if you ain't hitting me. I'm not stopping what I'm doing to come over there. This brother ain't gotta pay a penny. All he gotta do is be like, yo, come on the show. That's it. Period. He ain't gotta ask twice. He ain't got to offer no subject matter. He just might be feeling lazy and tired and just wants somebody else to take the platform for the day. Not a problem. I got you.
I appreciate that.
I'm there. That's it. Because his whole concern from the time he met me, his whole concern was black people need to hear what the fuck you saying. Period. End of discussion. That was his whole concern. He was like, I prepared a place for y'all on Twitter. He fucked that all up, but I ain't talking about that, right? Talking about all that. He fucked all that up because he got distracted. But that's cool. I mean, he still got shit to do. He's a daddy, right? So, but my thing is though, he stayed true to that lane. And because he stayed true to that lane, I'm like, yo, I'm there. That's it. I'm there. In fact, even my students probably like, man, you said 5 o'clock. I'm an hour and a half late. I'm gone. Deuces, people. Love you all. Stay black. ShakkaAhmose.com. Book a 30-minute session with me. In fact, when you look in the link of this, you're going to see my link to that, to book sessions with me, because I'm going to send it to him for him to put it in there.
It's in there. All right, send it to me.
All right, that's what's up. Uncle Johnson, that people, Hotep, I was with y'all. We did this today. We put it out there. Once it's out, it can't come back. If I offended you, good. That means it's one for you to go on. And that's it. Yeah, I talk a lot of shit, but I let out stuff that I be holding inside. So it's cathartic for me. And being I can't put my hands on nobody these days, because these hands are kind of deadly. I can't put hands on nobody. It just comes out vociferously. So don't take it personal, but take it personal.
Appreciate you, brother.
Hotep, Uncle Johnson Ebb. I'm out.
Peace.
You know that.
What do you think? What do you think, chat? What do you think? Huh? Another legendary stream? Yeah? YouTube stream is still up. Yeah, YouTube stream is still up. It's still up. We still on YouTube. We still on YouTube. Unfortunately. For the right coming? Yeah. I love the information he gave there. He gave me a lot to study. Lot to study. You know what really blew my mind? 2 things blew my mind. Okay? Bring the Griff Report back to YouTube? No. Bring your punk ass over to Kick. Kick. Let these fools know. Can you see the Kick chat? Kick, tell them how put fire emojis to let them know how fire the love is over on Kick. Put fire emojis on chat. Fire emojis on the Kick chat. Let them know how lit it is on Kick Monday through Friday, 2 p.m. Okay? You see that right there, YouTube? Fuck YouTube. Matter of fact, everybody type fuck YouTube on Kick. Let them know what's up, yo. 2 p.m. Eastern time. We not fucking with YouTube. Y'all getting that stepped on shit. It's sanitized on YouTube. I can't talk freely on YouTube. I cannot talk freely on YouTube. If you want that real, you gotta come to Kick, man. You gotta come to Kick. Make the switch. Look at the fam. This is where my real fam is. Right here. This is my real fam right here. YouTube, I can't fuck with y'all. My niggas that my real ones holding me down, okay? Right here. They be getting them Shakka phone calls that YouTube don't get. Sometimes I call Shakka up in the middle of the show, and that be Kick exclusive. So y'all be missing out on that. Y'all gotta come on over here and hit this subscribe button, okay? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, only reason why I put this up on YouTube is so that we can have the archive of it. That's the only reason why I'm here on YouTube, is so we can have the archive. I didn't put this on YouTube for viewers. Let's just be clear. I did not put this up on YouTube for viewers. I put this up for the archives, just so everybody had a copy of it. Okay? Let's be clear. Two things, huge takeaways for me. The think tank section was extremely important. The American Philosophical Society, where he was talking about the Dry Club and all of that. That was crazy. That was crazy. That gave me a rabbit hole I got to go down. And then this whole David Sachs, Peter Thiel book written in 1995. Like, Willie Will, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. That right there alone is mind-blowing for me. Because that means these cats were like, well, let's type it in. Peter Thiel. Where was he in university at this time? Let's see. We gotta find Peter Thiel's what year did Peter Thiel? Damn, there's a whole section on that on here. Hold on, let's ask the Google demons. I'm asking Grok right now. So Peter Thiel graduated from Stanford in 89, got his law degree in 92. So that means he's fresh out of college when he pens this book. So he just got finished getting his ass whooped by DEI, right? Curriculum of Inclusion, which I thought was brilliant, right? The watering down. So this whole time we're talking about DEI. Matter of fact, hold on. We ending the YouTube. YouTube, you kiss my black ass. We going to Kick. I'm talking to Kick from now on. Let's end the Kick. Let's end the YouTube. I'm just talking to Kick now.